Jesus didn't have a problem with people that's in the streets. He had a problem with religious people.
How can I help anybody when when I was not even able to help my own son?
I would never do that. I would never do that, and I became that in a matter of minutes when they took my pain pills away.
And I said, I'm not where I want to be, but thank God I'm not what I used to be.
This is Faith in Your Recovery. I am Randy Davis. Welcome to the battle. Thank you for joining us today on Faith in Your Recovery. That's the umbrella under which we're operating. But today we start a series called Jailhouse Recovery that takes place in the Jay County, I always get this wrong, the Jay County Security Center. I just know it as the jail. And we have the privilege of Sheriff Newton's blessing on this, the help of his staff. It's been incredible. This is our second go-round. But something else that's important with that, to the best of our knowledge, this is only the second time this has ever happened in the United States in a county jail. We're proud of that. We're going to be interviewing several inmates. We want to hear their story because we believe they hold the answer to a lot of our problems. They've been there. They've done that. They've fought the battle. They've got the scars to prove it. And we appreciate their willingness to join with us. Our first guest today is Dawn. Dawn, thanks for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Well, I look forward to hearing your story, what you've got to share with us. Why, Dawn, are you willing to do this interview? Why are you willing to face these questions? Help us out.
Hopefully we can help somebody else out there.
That's the important thing, and that's why we're here, and I'm sure that's why most of you have agreed to be a part of this program with us. What has your battle with addiction looked like, Dawn?
Jail. My kids were not exactly happy. And here I sat.
How long have you battled addiction?
Since 2019.
Since 2019, so that's like what? We're 5 years kind of thing, yeah? Is that, what's been your main drug of choice most of the time?
Methamphetamines. It always kept me busy.
What was it, in your estimation, that got you started down that path of meth or any other drug, whatever may have been your gateway? What was it that caused you to turn that direction?
Well, I was busy with my dad before he passed on, and I was real busy with him. And when he passed on, it just seemed like my whole days were voids. And then I tried meth, and I was busy all the time busy, and my mind didn't revert back to the days when I took care of my dad. So I just was busy on the meth.
That high speed,
yes,
everything that goes with it, days on end without sleep.
If we weren't coloring, we were scrubbing blocks with toothbrushes.
Yeah,
we were just busy. And it's not a laughing matter, it's really not, so I apologize.
No, we don't take that as a mockery of it.
Right.
But in the worst of moments, there's still a smile somewhere.
Yes.
Okay.
And I've learned that nobody's beyond the law, so, like we think we are doing the drugs, we think, oh, we can do this and get by with it. But no, everybody gets caught up.
Is this your first incarceration?
For methamphetamines, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask the tough question. Is it your last?
Yes, it really is my last.
What has it caused you to learn? Or what have you gained from this, what society would quote as a negative experience?
So before I got jailed, I noticed my fingernails were getting gray, and everybody laughs at me about this, but it's true. I had a doctor's appointment to go to the doctor, and there's no way I would have told him, oh, by the way, I'm using meth, So I probably wouldn't have been treated properly, which means I probably would have died in a couple of years, because when your nail beds get gray and not pink anymore, there's something going on. The first thing I noticed was my hair was growing and my fingernails started growing. About a couple of months in, I noticed that gray in my fingernails was turning pink again. And they're pink. They're pink. which is a good thing. I feel like if people were more educated rather than thrown into a cell, you know, because if I'd have been better educated as to what I was doing to myself, I'm not so sure I would have used meth like I did.
You know what? You just educated me right there. I didn't know that with fingernails.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't either till I come to jail. I
Yeah.
mean, really, I had to come to jail to learn that.
To learn the hard way,
Yes,
yeah.
and I paid attention, though. I paid attention because they tell me I'm a hypochondriac. So I paid attention, and knowing that now, I really was slowly killing myself, and I just really didn't know that before.
The important thing is you said there a couple of times, that's how you learned.
Yes.
And
Yes.
as you learn, as you apply that, you've got a shot to become the you that God's created you to be in the future when you're able to put this behind you, start
Absolutely.
healing. What was your lowest moment in all of this?
Being arrested and knowing that I was not beyond the law.
That had to be a smack in the face, a kick in the tail, and everything else at
was.
that moment, well beyond as far as depression and anxiety.
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, knowing that my fingernails were getting more pink, that probably, because I have 6 kids and like 14 grandkids, and I'm trying to live for them. And I didn't realize I wasn't. I mean, I was, but I was on borrowed time doing the meth, and I didn't even realize that. Like, really coming to jail was a blessing for me. I mean, and God has paved my way already. He's made sure I'm not going into church alone. I'm into a sober living. If I get to go, I hope I do. I did get accepted, you know, but nothing's in stone yet.
Yep.
But hopefully I get to go to that and show, because I got some kids that could use a set by example type help, and I'm hoping that's what I get to do.
You've still got that chance. It's not too late. You've still got those kids. You've
Yes.
still got this breath, and hopefully that next one to where you can, by the experiences you've had, the education you've received through that
Yes.
school of hard knocks, you can turn around and make a difference in their lives and maybe keep them from making the
Yes.
decisions you have.
And
Yeah.
plus others who think about it. Like, I hope to be on your side of the table one day, to be able to educate from my own personal. I wasn't told. I wasn't told by anybody what it was doing to my inside of my body. I learned that by my own knowledge. Like, I paid attention to myself.
And usually that's the best teacher, but not always the easiest teacher.
Right, and it did take a few months. It took a few months. It took a couple of months before at first I thought the gray was receding, but I wasn't even sure about it. And then now my fingernails are completely pink, so it took a few months. So it's really a blessing that I've been in jail for as long as I have, to be honest. As much as I hate it, nobody likes jail, but I've learned a few things, and I'm not so sure I would have lived past a couple of more years had
Do our best to live it, be that good, bad, or ugly. And through your experiences, through all that learning, through all of that knowledge, and it sounds like you've got a steadfastness that you're going to see to it that it's behind you.
Absolutely.
And I hope you find this seat to where you can share your story more often. How often have you shared your story, Dawn? How many times before?
This is just the beginning right now.
This is just the
Yes.
beginning. That's what I love about this opportunity
Yes.
here at the Jay County Security Center. Is
And I'm
the
very excited to be able to share, because I hope, my kids are on YouTube all the time. I hope they're watching this. I hope they heard about my nail beds. I hope my hair, my fingernails, my everything. You know.
Well, they've got to understand before they find out the hard way, just as
Yes.
you've described your own life. And as you're saying, this is life. We accept your questions, your comments, anything else that Dawn may not be sharing? Maybe she can answer, and if she can't, she'll honestly tell you so. So let us know. Type it in there and keep us aware of what's going on. Get a hold of your friends. We're going to have several of these episodes. You're going to be able to binge today. We hope to have 6, 8, 10 more of these just right in a row. Then No Break Friday on our podcast, Faith in Your Recovery. Not this Friday. It'll be a few weeks yet. But we'll keep you posted as to that because indeed we want to make that difference. What was the moment, Dawn, that gave you the clue, the moment in your life where you thought, I can beat this? You know, I can put it behind me. I can be a better me.
The moment came to me when, so I've always been a spiritual type person, and I promise when I get out of jail, I'm going to seek out a church. I'm going to go to church to keep my, faith going. But I didn't want to do it alone, and I prayed every night to God, please just, send me somebody. Well, then I called my son, 19 years old. I love them all. But he says, Mom, God is real, just pray. And I knew at that very moment, I just knew that I just know there's a better plan for me than to be locked up behind bars. I just have to pursue it. And Lord knows God has made my path. He has got me, I'm into sober living, provided they allow me to do so. I've got my son who's going to hold my hand with me. So God's made sure I'm not doing it alone, and he's made it so easy for me to proceed in my recovery. So all I have to do is walk that road.
I love the fact that God has an army. We, as a culture, as a society, may look down on somebody who's struggling, but it's often in the struggle that we gain our greatest victories,
Yes.
our greatest knowledge. We're encouraged by our own hearts. The comment you made there, I know it's in me to be a different person, to live a better life,
It definitely
to
is.
accomplish more, to become more the me that God's created me to be. That's my goal. I've never had to deal with this kind of a situation, but I've had moments where I wasn't pleased with the me of that moment. It wasn't necessarily worthy of incarceration, but it wasn't my best performance. And I'm not talking about my best basketball game or football game or anything else. It wasn't the best Randy could be in that moment. And I started to strive for that. I found some of those times, and there's no greater feeling on my inside than to have that. What is it that you see as your biggest battle when you get out of here, Dawn? And
Honestly, cigarettes. Believe it or not, I feel like that is going to be my biggest drug, because you could call it that. because
Absolutely.
That is what, to this very day, that's what I crave the most. I feel like my walk through the sober living, going to church, I feel like that's my easy. I feel like that's going to be easy for me. Before in my life, I probably couldn't sit here and say that. I could tell you, I could say whatever you wanted to hear, but I don't believe before this particular trip to jail, I would have walked that path. It would have been all laid out for me, and I probably still would have jetted the other way.
Yeah.
But this time, I legitimately feel something different. And I wish everybody could feel the difference. I wish I could explain it. But I wish everybody that come to jail would find their inner peace.
That's what it's about, that inner peace and letting it direct you, because we know the world can't give us that inner peace.
No.
It either comes from God or we simply do not have it yet. We haven't discovered it.
I firmly believe that.
Yeah.
Yes.
And as we do, then He can lead us through that next struggle. How long have you been smoking?
Oh, since I was probably 15, I think, smoking cigarettes. A long time. And even after all these months in jail, I'm still struggling with, the nicotine thing. I feel like that's a pretty powerful drug itself.
Absolutely. It may not create, it's more long-term issues
Yes.
and takes us down piece by piece. Whereas the drugs, we can OD in a heartbeat,
Yep.
be gone. At least we have a fighting chance with that nicotine and everything else that goes
Yes.
with it. And carry the pride of celebrating 1 day clean of smoking, 2 days, 30, 60, as it goes. What is your biggest goal in all of this?
To establish a much better trusting relationship with my kids.
Wow.
I need them to trust me like they used to. And I know that I've lost that, and it breaks my heart because really one day led into the next whenever I was messing it up out there, and I just felt like I'm gonna get to it tomorrow. I'll get to it tomorrow. Tomorrow never came until I was legitimately jerked up by the nape of my neck and put into jail. So
What have you thought of any disciplines that can guide you to that kind of restoring of relationship? Do you have a strategy is what I'm asking.
yes, I am going to hit this sober. Like, I'm not even going to go anywhere that I knew before. I want to go straight to sober living so that I'm not tempted. I have to try to keep myself from temptation, which I believe I can overcome that, But I don't even want to tempt myself because that still would be hard. I'm not trying to take the hard road to recovery if I don't have to. I'm hoping this is the hardest of my road right here in jail. I'm hoping that. But I'm not saying I'm not going to have struggles because I know I will. But I'm prepared. I feel like I'm prepared for it.
That's the key. It's not going to blindside you when you're
Right.
prepared.
Yes.
It's not going to be easy. You know that.
Right.
The addiction we have to anything, whether it's legal or illegal,
Right.
moral or immoral, whatever, we've got to be prepared by the day, by the moment. I'm a diabetic, and I've paid that price with some eye conditions and vision conditions. And there's times I just want to pick up that jelly-filled roll just one time. And I have the same attitude so many in heavier addiction have. I can do just one. Well, usually not. It's like the
Right.
old potato chip commercial, but you can't eat just one. Well, I'm sure if I did one jelly-filled roll next week, it's
Well,
okay.
One time I quit smoking on the outs, and I thought I could smoke one cigarette, and I did. And I smoked them back to back and was a regular smoker like I'd never missed a beat. So I'm kind of taking that with me in the back of my mind.
You've got to.
Because that's an example. I mean, even if it was cigarettes, it's a good example for all things, I feel like. So I'm kind of holding that in the back of my mind with this.
Relapse happens if I grab a Reese cup or a Snicker, I'm going downhill. I know I am.
Yeah, because you didn't die on that one. You'll be all right on the next
exactly. So we all can rationalize our those things that are hurting us by our own choice and own decision.
Yes, not trying to compromise.
I like the idea. I'm basically hearing you say you want to get away from the people, places, and things of your past.
Yes, I don't feel like I'll get all the way away from all of them.
Sure.
But I'm hoping my sober living, if I get into that, I'm hoping that opens new doors that I would rather take than as opposed to the others. So, and that's all it can do for me is open better doors for me. And then one day I'll look back on this and I'll be like, how did I ever get there? I know I will. And one of these days I'm going to have that victory.
That's going to be an awesome moment.
Yes.
And as long as you keep that kind of heart, that kind of battle cry within your spirit, God's going to do all he can do to help. But I've said it so many times, it's probably getting boring to some people, but I always believe that God will give us what we pray for. Like if
Yes.
we're praying for a farm or something.
God
He'll
has
go.
given me everything I've prayed for since I've been in jail.
Yeah, but
I'm so serious about
then
that.
we've got to work it.
Yes.
He's never going to drive the tractor on that farm, and he's not going to smack your hand or break your wrist if you grab for something
Well,
that.
he made sure an application got put in my face for this sober living, and I filled it out, and I got accepted. So yeah, you're exactly right. I drove the
Awesome.
tractor, but it's his
It's
will.
by his doing. He
Yes.
provided the tractor just like he
Yes.
provided the way for you. May I ask where the sober living is?
It's in Muncie.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So I think it's the Lighthouse in Muncie. but-
Okay.
Because it's
Okay.
the only place I applied to in Muncie. But I've never been to a sober living. I don't know what to expect, but I'm gung ho for it
Well,
because it can only be better. It's only better.
yeah, I can't give you an agenda or a list of what is expected, but I've never heard anything less than it being beneficial when
Sobriety.
you work it.
Yes.
Once again, they give you the path, you work out the path, but then you're the one who's got to do the work.
Yes,
with
I'm
it.
extremely grateful for that. I truly am extremely grateful. And I plan on walking and doing that. Like, I'm going to be the model sober person, I feel like. Not that there's not others out there.
Sure.
But
Sure.
I hope in my path, I don't hope, I know in my path, I'm going to make it.
Well, as you know, Candy Sapp from our office comes in here and does MRT training,
Yes.
does a class on Thursdays for anybody and everybody in recovery. We have ways to help out, and I'll speak if Candy hasn't, that we will do anything financially within our limits to be able to help you get into that.
I
And
appreciate
just
that.
know a better life bringing us hope. That's why we come here.
I go to all of them, every
Awesome.
one of them. I don't miss a one. Not just to
Awesome.
get out of the block, but I legitimately, because I don't know what kind of message is going to come to me that day, and I need to be open for it and
Yeah,
ready.
yeah.
So I go to every one of them.
You know, our attitude is we recognize and realize some are coming just to get out of the block. But you know
Yes,
what? That
unfortunately.
gives us a chance with them to
Yep.
lift them up to where it becomes a habit instead of just a
Yes.
better chance than what they had
Yes.
that moment.
And I wish everybody could grab onto that. I really, really do. And like I said, I've been to jail a few times before, but I've always said the same things as I say now, but I feel different this time. It's a whole different experience.
Well, you know that better than I do. I certainly didn't know you 20 years ago,
Right.
10, 5, 3,
Well,
whatever.
let's just say I always went right back to the same old, same old.
And you
not this
mentioned
time.
more than once you've come to recognize that
Mm-hmm.
is not. If you go back to the same old, you're going to end up in the same old.
Yes, yes, or even worse. Or
Yeah.
Either way, though, it takes me from my kids and my grandkids, and it makes them worry. And I'm not saying everybody ain't got good kids, but I got pretty good kids who worry about their mother, and I don't want to put that on them anymore. They have enough worries just making it through life.
Yes, yes. And to rebuild those
Yes,
relationships.
that's very important to me, yes.
What is the advice you'd give to anybody who has maybe fought the battles you've fought, Dawn? Yeah, just share with any listener we have that has
I'm
maybe
going to
followed
say
your
what my
path.
son said to me. There is a God, just pray. Pray from the bottom of your heart and mean it, and because there is a God. There truly is.
And that's what the scriptures say. Obviously, there is a God, but by praying from the bottom of our hearts,
And meaning it.
being honest with Him,
Yes.
that's the right steps in
Yes.
getting there.
And it's hard to be honest. It really is hard to actually say our faults out loud. But once you say it once, it gets a lot easier. Just pray about it. Just pray about it and know that you mean, because you want good health. You don't want those who love you to worry about you. And that's the best way to do it. I have learned that firsthand this particular time. This time.
Yeah.
At 52 years old, this is the first time that I've really actually felt it.
Well, hooray for you. 52 is better than 62. Okay.
Fair enough.
To find it out then. You've
Right.
got 10 years on that person, okay? And I'm going to guess your family will be like God in the sense it's not our past that he thinks about, worries
Right.
about, or reminds us about.
Right.
It's possibilities of the future. And as they see the changes in you and the possibilities for you, they're going to be excited and delighted and ready to
Yes.
walk that path with you and be there for you.
And that's what I cannot wait for. I cannot wait for that to happen.
That's awesome. Don, I know when you sat down here, we were having a few technical difficulties getting started. You had time to build up some nerves
Yeah.
and wonder about some things. Has it been any more painful than you thought it'd be?
No, it was not painful at all. It really wasn't. I appreciate you.
Well, you are more than welcome. We appreciate your honesty, your transparency, your willingness to share. Is there anything you want to add before we close down here?
Just pray. Just pray.
Just pray. That's two
Yep.
pretty easy words to remember. Folks, thanks. This was the first in our series here of Jailhouse Recovery, our second time here in the jail. But we're just hoping that you'll stick around, get a cup of coffee. We'll have a second one here in just a moment. Step out, step back in, join us, binge with us all day long. Thank you. God bless. As always, we like to remind you to stay in the battle.
Stay in the battle.
Jesus didn't have a problem with people that's in the streets. He had a problem with religious people.
How can I help anybody when when I was not even able to help my own son?
I would never do that. I would never do that. And I became that in a matter of minutes when they took my pain pills away.
And I said, I'm not where I want to be. But thank God I'm not what I used to be.
This is Faith in Your Recovery. I am Randy Davis. Welcome to the battle. Hey, thanks for joining us. Here we are. We're back with you at the Jay County Security Center here in Portland, Indiana, with the blessing, the help, and the support of Sheriff Ray Newton and his staff. We've been treated great when we were here before, and it started out that way here today. This is our second time to bring you this series we call Jailhouse Recovery. It's a pretty unique thing, as this is only the second time this has ever been done from a county jail, to the best of our knowledge, in the entirety, not just of this county, state, but this nation, the second time in all of the United States. And we're thrilled to be able to bring you this hope and help, to hear these stories of enlightenment. Yeah, there are people who have stumbled, they've fallen in their own way, but who among us hasn't, okay? We're not here to condemn or condone. We're here just to share, and we hope that by that we'll be able to touch, change, and save lives. So we welcome you. Our guest today is Bertie. Welcome, Bertie.
Hi.
Good to have you with us. Thank you. Tell us, Bertie, a little bit about who you are, a little personal information, please.
Well, this is the first time I've ever done this. I'm 34 and I've got 3 kids, and this is terrifying.
What, this
Yeah.
idea of the well, I think you find out it's not overly painful, and the help that you can offer is going to give you some encouragement, knowing you're making a difference. I'm not being critical of this place or what happens, but you don't always get to make a difference. You get to make a difference now, and thank you. Why are you even willing to face the fear of doing this?
Because I feel like my story could definitely help somebody.
Let's hear about that story. You start wherever you want to start.
I've been in active addiction since 2001, since I was 11. I hit it really, really, really well. It started with my dad. He was my supplier, and it went from there.
What was your drug of choice at that time, or maybe it wasn't even choice, the drug that you were using?
Meth.
Meth, okay. Did he get into something else following meth, or for all those years was meth your monster?
When I was 11, it started with meth. And then it was to help me keep up with all the household chores and keep up with everything I had on my plate, because I took care of everything in the house, from getting the kids up to taking them to school to getting them after school to everything in the house. And then I also took care of the neighbor's house as well and all that. So I had a lot on my plate. So to help keep up with everything, he was giving me meth to keep me going.
Sure.
By the time I was 15, I was doing an ounce every other day. And then I started doing heroin as well with my dad, and just sort of went downhill from there.
What do you remember as your lowest point, psychologically, physically? Yeah.
Being used to be paid for, him using me to pay for his own drugs.
Okay. Did you have siblings, brothers and sisters?
Yeah, but being the oldest, I was the one that it kind of fell to for that responsibility for the household. Everything fell to me.
Typical. Yeah, that's typical. And I assumed when you were talking about having to take care of the kids and all, that you were probably the oldest of the group. And that, like I said, that's why it fell on you for all of that. Did you have anybody in your corner at that time? Anybody you could confide in or share with of what was happening?
No. We don't talk about it.
That, And I'm not trying to tell you what you should have, could have, would have done, but that idea, anytime it's in that genre of we don't talk about it, you got to know there's a reason why we don't talk about it.
It doesn't help when your dad's a preacher.
Well, that, you just hit it home with me. I'm a retired preacher, okay? I've never had that issue. I've got my imperfections. That struggle wasn't one of them, all right? And so whatever your age may have been at that time, who they going to believe, a wild teenager or a preacher dad?
Exactly.
And that had to go on in your mind and heart a lot, I would think. Yeah, wow. So what do you remember as the moment that said, I can fight my way out of this. I've got somebody who will help me with this. I've got a path. I've got a journey. I've got some hope now. That lights on moment that said, this can become different.
It would have been when I had my second stillborn when I was 16. And he was my first boyfriend. It wasn't his child, but he found out about it and he told me to go to the cops. He said that if I didn't go to the cops, then he would, because he said it was wrong what was going on. And I got scared that he would get in trouble with my dad and the church and everything, so I went to the cops, and they did like a kind of an investigation with it, but my stepmom begged me and said that if I went and recanted my statement to the cops, that she would allow me and my sister to go live with my mom, who I thought was dead for 8 years. So I recanted my statement, but it gave me that hope that, me and my sister could have a chance of getting away from my dad and getting away from all of that. So I recanted my statement. I did get away, but they kept my sister. So
What's the age difference between the two of you?
4 years.
4 years.
It made her the oldest in the family then.
Okay. In all honesty, near tears with this, nobody deserves to be treated that way. I don't care if it was even after you being, pardon me, a hellion. I don't care if it was a matter of it happening after your addiction. Nobody deserves that. Have you come to the point, and this is a personal question you may not want to answer, and that's fine. Have you come to the point to where you can say, I didn't deserve that? Number one, I didn't cause that. Number two, I didn't deserve that.
Honestly, some days are still hard. Some days, no, because I know what my sister's gone through after I left. And when I think about that, I'm like, I blame myself because I got out and she didn't. But then there are some days that I'm like, it's not my fault. I tried, and I tried to get her out, and I tried my best, and there are some days that I'm hit or miss.
In continuing in that vein of honesty, I hope you can come to that point at some time to realize and recognize, I didn't cause this. I couldn't prevent it. That you find your self-worth and value in ways that are appropriate and healthy, God-given, God-shared, and recognized through Him. And I have said this before, probably in private more than I've ever said it publicly, and I don't think I've ever said it here on our podcast, but I will. I understand to the best of my abilities why you are where you are today. And I say that in total support of you. There is no condemnation of you in that. I get it why some turn to drugs. I'm not saying it's a good choice. I'm not saying I support that choice, but I understand it. I understand why a person lies instead of taking a belt beating or something, some sort of abuse. I get that. I'm not saying I agree, but when you know what the end product's going to be, if you're not fighting for yourself one way or the other, there may be nobody else who's fighting with you. They can be fighting against you. I respect you. I hope you come to recognize, as I said a moment ago, that worth and value that lifts you above anything that's happened to you. You're not what has happened to you. You're much more than that. And you can almost see it in your eyes. Obviously, see the pain, but see the potential and the promise that when you come to recognize who you are and who you've been created to be, regardless of how you've been treated. And I cannot imagine the confusion in your mind and heart about the church, about God, Christ, the whole list, the whole thing, about faith, about, quote, religion, any of that.
You'd actually be surprised. That's probably the one thing I'm not confused about.
May I ask you what your findings are on that?
I might not have a dad, but I do have a father.
Wow. I buy that. That's a great comment. Thank you. Forgive me for assuming that you weren't that big, okay?
No.
That you hadn't gotten there yet.
He's probably the one thing that got me through everything.
And see, so many times it's just the opposite because we look at God the Father as our earthly father. And if you had chosen that path, you'd be a long ways off. But
I had to have
obviously, that's
something.
not who you are.
He taught us forgiveness. He taught us to love. If it wasn't for God, I wouldn't know how to love. If it wasn't for Jesus, I wouldn't know how to forgive. I had to have that teaching and that lesson to know I can get through this, and God put me here for a reason. He created me in His image, so He put me here for a reason. I'm here for a reason.
And you just, if nothing else happens today during these interviews, you're the reason I came, to get to hear that. Somebody who can forgive and does forgive at that level. That's big. Thank you. Thank you. What is it that sees you through other than obviously God? What is it that sees you through?
There's two things.
Okay.
My children, my sense of humor.
Okay. That's required with children. Okay. How old are your children?
I have three. My oldest turns 14 on November 29th. My daughter will be 13 in January, and my youngest is going to be 11 this year.
So, Bertie, let me ask, how much longer are you going to be incarcerated?
I actually just got sentenced recently. I have 4 years DOC and then 5 years probation.
Okay.
This is my first time being in trouble.
Okay. Tough question. Can you handle it?
I have to.
you worked one out yet? Do you have pieces to it to keep you from relapsing into drugs or even how to rebuild bridges?
I'm working on it, piece by piece, sort of. I've been doing the MRT class here at the jail, and I know I'm going to do anything that is offered to me once I get to prison. I don't really know this side of it right now because I've never been sober before. I started drugs when I was 11, so like the whole being
You don't know
sober.
how to live life.
I really don't. I have no idea what I'm doing. Everything is new to me, so I'm like, teach me, because I am teachable. What am I doing? I have no idea. I'm taking it day by day.
Gotcha. How have you even maintained a sense of humor with all that you've been through?
I don't know. Honestly, that's the only thing I've got. My mom used to tell me that I'd be the next Stephen King because, like, when I write, it's so morbid, but when I tell jokes, it comes naturally. So I don't know what I am, but it's like my jokes are the only thing I've got. It's the only thing that gets me through.
I haven't seen the Stephen King side in you yet, okay? But I appreciate your smile and your laughter, and it's a very natural chuckle of a sort that goes with it, and I do appreciate that. What is the advice you'd give to somebody else who is now going through what you went through as a younger person? What would you tell them?
Don't give up because you're worth it. Be the person that you needed as a child. Learn to be that person.
Be the person you needed as a child. Yeah, that's some sage advice, okay? It doesn't sound like something Stephen King would say, but I get it coming from you. What? Do you have any relationship with your dad at this
No.
time? Right now, today, do you want one?
No.
And that's okay. That's okay. That's totally understandable. The idea of changing our people, places, and things don't just happen with our dealer and, people we use with and that same place we used to go. That's in all walks of life, and you've got more than ample reason to feel
Well,
that.
for me, not only was my dealer my dad, he was also kind of the person that sold me for his own gain. So
Yeah.
it's like, I don't want anything to do with him. So I forgave him. I moved on, and he's not dead in my book. He's just not in my book.
I get it, and that makes total sense, and I'm sure that is even the godly path. God, if we touch a hot stove, we don't go back the next time it's hot to touch it again. We've got to get away from certain things in our life, certain behaviors, and those around us who are toxic for us are going to bring us harm.
And I found out that he got sober and he's doing well in his life. So, like, I'm grateful for that, and I'm glad that he's doing well. I don't feel like that's a person I need in my life, whether he's doing well or not. I wish him all the best, and I pray for him every night, and I'm glad that, he's doing well. I just don't feel like he's somebody that I need in my life.
That's okay. My understanding of God's word says that's okay. He didn't want us to go back into a situation that hurt us before. Now you have the wisdom and the knowledge, the experiences to recognize that you couldn't walk away before. You can now. So you don't set yourself up for a fall, and you don't tempt the Lord thy God, saying, hey, I'm going to do this, you'll take care of me, right? Yeah, I'll take care of you, but I can take care of you before you go too. So yeah, that's a good aspect of it. What do you want folks to know about the Birdie of today?
I'm still learning who I am. I'm still learning who I am without the addiction. I don't know who I am, because who I was before was always, you know, the addict or someone's mom or someone's old lady. I don't know who I am without all those extra pieces. I don't know who sober me is. So as I'm learning who I am, be patient with me while I learn who I am. But the core of who I am is I'm still here. Like, just be patient with me.
Those are key words. Just be patient with me. Too many times, because of who you were, we don't give you the chance to become who you can be.
Exactly.
We've already judged you as that individual who blah, blah, blah,
Yeah.
you know, however that may fit for us. Instead of giving you the chance, the opportunity, the encouragement to help you become all that you can be.
Yeah, and nobody really knows about my past because I've never told anybody about all of that. So this was my chance to be like, look, this is what made me who I was while I was that addict. So just be patient with me while I build myself back up sober.
You deserve a second chance.
Thank you.
You didn't have a chance for the first chance. That sounds confusing.
I got it.
know, but yeah, well, good. I'm glad you did. You may have to explain it to somebody else. But it's the idea of having this attitude. And I don't think a lot of people get that when we're in that addiction, we're in the heavy throes of it, that we're not maturing. We're not learning. You know, we just kind of, you basically shut yourself off at 11. And I'm not being critical, but between that time and any sober time, you actually lose those years. You may gain them on the birthday cake and may require another candle, but the wisdom and the experiences.
Honestly, I feel like that's why everybody's so surprised when I say I'm 34 and they're like, well, you don't act it. That's because I don't think mentally I am 34 yet. I'm still like in my 20s. Give me a chance. I'll catch up.
Yeah, yeah. And that doesn't make you a slow person. It's just somebody who needs more time to get to where we've already had the time to get there.
Yeah, my maturity level will get there eventually.
Yeah. Well, the way you've expressed yourself here this afternoon, you've proven some maturity to me that is powerful. We
thank you.
thank you for that. What's your goal in life? I know you want to get back with your kids. I know you want to be a full and healthy you, but what are some of those stars that you're reaching for?
Okay, so someone once told me I was basic, and that's totally fine, but I just want to be sober, happy, and at peace. That's it. Like, I don't want none of that extra stuff. I don't want anything else. I just want sober, happy, and peace. That's it. Because everything else was, when I was using, everything was chaotic and busy and loud. I just want sober, happy, and peace.
You know what? I've had the privilege and opportunity to connect with a lot of people over the years, and I've maybe said this one other time that I can think of. You're a book waiting to happen. And there's the name, sober, happy, and at peace. You're being where you are from where you were. I'm blown away by it and count this a privilege and an opportunity to have gotten to be a part of this. So as we get ready to wrap up here, Bertie, is there anything else that you want to add or anything you want to say or share?
If they ever make a lifetime of lifetime movie of my life, I hope they cast you as yourself.
Well, then please move forward quickly, okay? No, those are kind words. Thank you. I'd love to be a part of that, all right? And yeah, whatever. Thank you
You're welcome.
for obviously your transparency, your willingness to open up. A Better Life, Brianna's Hope's here for you. I don't know where home is for you, but
Where do I?
I guess we probably got a chapter close by where I would love to take you into the first meeting you could go to.
That would be great.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. God bless you, listeners. God bless you. Stay in the battle. You've heard reasons here to give up, to let go. It's not worth it. Bertie's refused to do that. Why don't you refuse to give up as well? Stay in that battle. Keep working at it. It'll come. You too can get that happiness, that peace that she's after. And if you're on that trail after what she's been through, guess what? She found it for today. And she's going to dig deeper into it. She found it in God. He's there for you as well. Thank you. God bless. Stay in the battle.
Jesus didn't have a problem with people that's in the streets. He had a problem with religious people.
How can I help anybody when when I was not even able to help my own son?
I would never do that. I would never do that. And I became that in a matter of minutes when they took my pain pills away.
And I said, I'm not where I want to be, but thank God I'm not what I used to be.
This is Faith in Your Recovery. I am Randy Davis. Welcome to the battle. Hey, welcome back to Jailhouse Recovery here at the Jay County Security Center, the jail here in Portland, Indiana. We're excited to have this opportunity and privilege to share some time with you. And we've had a couple episodes already here today as a part of this series. We've got 6 or 8 more planned. I'm about to introduce you to our guest that'll be with us for the next 30 plus minutes. We're just glad to have you on board. We feel like we've got something special to offer, as we don't believe this has ever been done in a county jail anywhere else in the United States. We've been here once already. We got 11 episodes out of our first set of Jailhouse Recovery interviews. Hope to get about that many today and hope that it's meaningful to you. We believe it's going to be. It's been a unique experience so far. Make sure you go back and view and listen to episodes 1 and 2 of this series. This is number 3. Let's just go ahead and get started with this. Austin, welcome on board.
Hi.
Hey, good to have you with us. Austin, give us a little fill-in of who you are, what you're about, what your interests are. Let's just talk about you personally before we get into, any other situations.
My name is Austin Whited. I've been a polysubstance abuser since I was I've been abusing substances since I was 11, but I didn't start with the chemically based drugs till I was 18. And ever since then, it's been, on the road.
Okay.
Excuse me.
No, go ahead.
I'm one of the very few that is open about my drug addiction, but I have no drug charges.
Okay, so go ahead and tell us, what are some of your, outside of here, if you were out and about and free as you want to be, I'm sure, what are some hobbies and interests that you have that make Austin who he is?
I kind of just run around. I like working with car audio. I'm real good with my hands. I used to skateboard. I don't really do much of that anymore. I help my mom with a lot of stuff. Other than that, I just kind of used to diddy bop around Portland. If you're from Portland, you've seen me out doing whatever.
Okay. Did you go to high school at Jay County?
For half a year, and then they said they was tired of me and permanently expelled me.
Okay. So let's go. When did your addiction issues, your struggles begin, Austin, and what did that look like?
I accepted that I was an addict when I was about 15, and
You say you started at about 11,
Yeah.
yes?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
but I didn't accept that I was an addict till I was about 15. And I've, always had a problem with drinking, and I can, credit a lot of my problems to my father. Shout out, Dad.
So when you say that, did he have, his drinking challenges as well? Is that what you're saying?
Not really. Drinking is the stimulant problem, if that's what you want to call it.
Yeah. So during those early years when it sounds like you said you began with alcohol, right?
Yes.
Okay. What did that look like for you as far as behaviors, consequences, losses, etc.?
A lot of trouble. A whole lot of trouble. I lived in Muncie until I was about 14. And my mom moved me here because it was either, move here or get locked up. So my mom just moved me here, and everything was better. And then I turned 18 and could do what I wanted to do, and got steadily worse. But I'm still better now than I would have been in Muncie. I'd either be dead or in prison. I mean, I know I'm in jail right now, but It's
Okay.
better.
When after the alcohol, did you go to work on other drugs then? Did they start to take over your living and lifestyle?
Yeah, I was 17 and I got my wisdom teeth cut out and they gave me tramadol and I figured out if I took 2 instead of 1 that I could catch a buzz and then, 2 turned into 4, 4 turned into 6 and then I was out. So I was hitting the streets getting what I could get.
That typical mathematical formula that if you increase it, you can feel better even if it's not doing any good.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. So then you got into pills from the sounds of things.
Yep.
Okay, what was it that followed on the tail of pills?
Meth. And
Meth.
I discovered meth and it was all downhill from there.
Was that, of everything you've done in your mind, was that the killer? Was that the one that broke the camel, that straw that broke the camel's back for you?
Yeah, I've got real bad ADHD, so people were like, "Try this Adderall," da 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 da, and it put me to sleep. And then I discovered something that could make me actually speed, and I turned into what they call a speed freak. Yeah, I was doing anything and everything, getting just for a bag.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and with your ADHD, that could not have been a good combination.
Not at all.
No, no. So how long were you heavy into the meth?
Till about 5 months ago, the 29th of last month, I hit 5 months being clean, and I'm counting my clean time this time because I was almost 5 months clean before I came to jail.
Okay.
So,
where would you be now drug-wise if you weren't in jail?
I quit doing drugs May 29th. I quit doing meth and heroin, and I started drinking every day again, though. And I didn't, realize at the time that, the drinking's been a problem since I was, a pre-adolescent. And I just picked right up where I left off with drinking. I was drinking every day, doing dumb shit because I was drinking, the dumb thing, sorry. And that's what essentially landed me in here was actions that I did while intoxicated.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. What's your strategy once you're out of here to be able to maintain a sober lifestyle?
What worked for me is I deleted Facebook, Messenger, and just had no social media. I had Instagram to watch, funny videos, but I don't talk to people on Instagram. Other than that, just deleting social media helped me stay off of hard drugs.
So getting away from those same people.
Yep.
And I'm sure you, like everybody else who struggles with the drugs, the alcohol, or any of that, you've got your phone full of names and numbers to where you can make that contact and easily access whatever you may be after. So if you get rid of those numbers, you get rid of that list, that's one less thing to draw you in that direction.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. How are you going to be able to maintain sobriety? What kind of disciplines are you working on or are you considering? Have you set up a strategy yet to maintain sobriety?
I was just kind of winging it, and it was working, all besides with the drinking. But I'm thinking when I get out, I'm going to go back to Avenues and try to get into a sober living there. I was there once, and I couldn't go to sober living because I had a warrant. But I told everybody there if I didn't go to sober living, I was going to get high. I couldn't come home, and I was high within 3 hours of being out of rehab.
We have one of our individuals in our organization, A Better Life, Brianna's Hope, who works at Avenues in Fort Wayne, Mr. Lee Funkhauser. I don't know if you've had any connections with him, but we can certainly connect you with him to help you get there when that time. How much longer does your sentence have you in jail?
I haven't been sentenced yet.
Okay.
But I'm just in here on a misdemeanor. And then I've got a warrant out of Adams County. I got to go there after this, but it's just a probation violation over there.
Okay. So correct me if I'm wrong, your charges have nothing to do with drugs at this point.
No, I have no drug charges.
Okay, hooray for you. Hooray for you. And again, be sure and get a hold of Lee, get a hold of our office. We'll help you out. We'll help make that contact. We're here just for moments like this and for guys like you who just need a little incentive, a little push, help with opening a door. We get it. We get it. So what's your goals down the road?
Just to maintain sobriety and have a happy family. I got married last February, and our marriage has been a rocky road because, my addiction and other issues that we had. But everything's looking good now. I just want to, be a better husband for my wife.
Hooray for you. Let it begin with being a better man for yourself, and that'll make you a better husband for her, okay? Just a word of advice there.
Thank you.
So, you bet. Do you have goals beyond family and happiness? Like, what would you like to do career-wise with your life? And how will you get to that point?
I want to do what I'm doing right now. I want to help, other addicts. I feel like I can connect with the youth. And this is what I've been wanting to do for a couple years now. I feel like I would be a great, sober support, but I've got to be able to support myself being sober before I can help others.
You betcha. And I'll tell you, society, culture's changed so much. There are so many open doors and opportunities for somebody to use their past experiences, peer recovery coach, with a lot of opportunities to move up or to move laterally from there into other positions. Obviously, it's got to be a certain time period, and I don't know all the rules and guidelines, but a certain time of sobriety, certain length of time, and then you get into that, and you can move forward from there. We've been thrilled with A Better Life Brand's Hope. We've had between 80, probably more like 90 to 100 individuals gone through our program. You don't truly go through it. You don't truly graduate, but they've been with us for a while and then have moved into professional positions that the pay is very livable. The opportunities are good. And the reason why we come in here to do these interviews here at the Jay County Security Center is we believe the answers are in guys like you and the gals we've already interviewed, that out of your experiences, you can give us advice, you can help us, you can tell us what's real and what's not real. We get an assumption, especially somebody like me. I do not come from a background of addiction. My experience comes from listening to families who have dealt with loved ones who battle their addiction. I've been there with them when and when I say you, I say that generically. I'm not pointing a finger at you. But the idea of when you're in jail and they're wondering something, our office is a place they call many times to get answers, and we answer out of our experiences. I've not been there, I've not done that, but I honestly believe I get it. And that's why we continue to strive for your benefit as well as your families. Did you ever have that person on your side, that person of support, that person you could count on or lean on? Yeah.
My mother has been one of my biggest supports, but for the longest time, she was also one of my biggest enablers. But when I was at Avenues, I had to sit down and talk to her and told her she was one of my biggest enablers. And since then, she has quit enabling me and, actually started supporting me. My wife supports me, even through all the things I've done to her and stuff. She's still there. Shout out, Jamie. But other than that, I just rely on family. I go to the Brianna Hopes meetings. I went to the one in Dunkirk, mainly the one in Red Key. Other than that, I just
hooray for you.
Was taking it one day at a time.
We're glad you're a part of A Better Life, Brianna's Hope, and a part of those chapters. What are some of the signs of a parent enabling a child? I think our folks would like to hear the answer to that. So I'm not asking you to tell us point blank what your mom did to enable you, but what are some of the things that we parents need to watch out for to make sure we're not enabling our child?
It's just the little things like, asking to mow the yard for $20, I'll go out and do some yard work, weed your garden, and just little things for little amounts of money that they don't usually ask for. And, sleep, watch their sleep. If they ain't sleeping like usual, there's a reason for it most of the time. But other than that, this is just based off of my experiences. I can't speak for everybody, but for me.
Well, money's usually a factor in enabling, whether it's can you help me with this so I can get that, which isn't always truthful. We know that from both sides of the table, but we've got to be careful. Is it going to be of a benefit or a detriment? Are we going to be helping or hurting? And our heart says one thing, our brain says the other, and I think more often than not, we need to go with our brain in those situations. I personally am a heart-led person. It's easy to pull one over, not as easy as it used to be. I've had a few years' experience that have taught me a lot of lessons, but you care and you want to see somebody living a full life and reaching their potential. What is the advice you would give to somebody who was where you were 5 years ago? So back up, look at your life, imagine somebody else at that very same spot. What is the advice you needed to hear, or give them some advice?
You can be helped. I always thought I was a lost cause. I couldn't, get help. Rehab seemed pointless, and going to rehab was one of the best things I ever did. It didn't help with the drugs, but there was underlying issues that led to the drugs. And look underneath the drug problem. There's probably something that led to the drug problem.
Usually,
yeah.
It's usually a Band-Aid of some type, or So okay, what is the best advice you could give to a parent who's dealing with somebody who's gone through what you have? I know right at the top of that list is going to be know what enabling is.
Yeah.
Stay away from that. But what's another good piece or two that parent could follow?
Look for signs of them being triggered. If you know they're sober because they've been around you and are staying sober, but they're being off, it's probably because they're triggered. And, a lot of times I'll trigger myself. It don't got to be something else. I'll do it to myself. And just look for triggers. And that's about all.
What's a trigger for you? Austin, what's a trigger for you? What sets you off? What gets you the nearest to relapse, or just that's enough, I'm going out?
Depression's a big one for me. Boredom. Idle hands are the devil's playground. And, just if I get mad, I shut down, and I know what'll fix it. I can go out and get high and just think about anything but what I'm upset about.
Just escape the moment.
Yep.
One way or the other, and that's one of the better ways for you to do it anyhow. But absolutely.
To add on to that, you can escape the moment, but at some point you got to deal with it. You got to deal with all of it. Just go ahead and sit back and have yourself a good cry. You can do it by yourself. You can do it with people. But it's all up to you. You just got to deal with the problems, man.
I've had the opportunity and privilege to speak to students of all ages, and the youngest of students we speak to, we always tell them that with every decision there is either a consequence or a blessing. And that fits whether you're 5 years old or 50 years old or 74 as I am. Every choice carries either a consequence or a blessing. And it will catch you one way or the other. It may not be at the maximum, but physically it's going to catch you mentally, socially, in so many different ways, and there's no way to avoid it. So I will ask you a question I haven't asked anybody in a long time, and it's a difficult question, or at least a difficult answer, but what makes anybody think they're the one that can beat the drug? You know, we see the statistics, we know the friends, we know the losses it creates. What in the world would make me think I am the one who can beat the drug and use it when I want, put it down when I want, not worry about my health, not worry about consequences? Or do we even ask ourselves that?
I've personally never asked myself that. I just, like I said, do it and deal with it later. But here in these past couple months, I've realized that, what's the saying? One's too many and 1,000's never enough.
Yep.
So
That fits in a lot of things, but it certainly fits in the category we're speaking of here. I can't imagine anybody who gives it any thought truly thinking, I'm the one who can beat this. I guess that's why you don't give it thought, because you know that your own answer is going to tell you the truth, that this is going to take you down, dude, one way or the other.
yeah,
It's going to get you. You're not going to overcome it. You're not going to defeat it. As we mentioned earlier, there's that consequence. There's that loss that goes with it, and everything that happens as a part of it. What is it, Austin, that you would like folks to know that can be an encouragement to them, that can remind them, as you said earlier, you're worth it when it comes to defeating drugs and being willing to head to that rehab? And folks, understand, rehab's not a one-time happening for most. It can easily be 7 to a dozen times before, lack of better terms, it works. That between the individual experiencing it and the program they're experiencing, that it's a connection that's successful. So, what about that, Austin? Advice?
for me, if you don't want to be sober, then you're not going to be sober. You got to want it. And, I finally hit the point where I wanted it. I was tired of living that life, getting nowhere. I'm 27, and the only thing I got to show for the past decade of my life is I'm missing some teeth. I got some tattoos and some charges. That's about it.
And I'm going to guess at that early age, before all of that came down, you hope for other than that, or at least more than that.
Yes, I never would have thought that I would have ended up the way I am.
Those weren't your goals, yeah?
No. I didn't know, like back in elementary school, they'd say, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I never knew. I never gave it any thought. I was told I was always in trouble as a kid, that I'd end up dead or in prison by the time I was 18, and then I made it to 18 and didn't know what to do. I was like, I don't know what to do now. So I just, kept on with the whole dead or in prison thing, and I'm in jail now. I've been a frequent flyer here for a minute.
How much longer will you be here at this point, Austin? Do you know?
I'm hoping to be out of here December 17th. That's my next court date.
Okay.
But I'm not banking on it. It's just a misdemeanor, but I've still got a record. So they could keep me here, but I don't see it happening,
Sure.
But they could.
Sure. You're hoping against, but preparing for.
Yeah.
As a possibility. Listen, as we get ready to wrap this up here, number one, thank you for your willingness to share with us.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Well, it's It's been good to have you, and we know that some of what you shared is going to have an impact and make a difference. Is there anything you want to close out with?
And just be open-minded. You know, your way of thinking is not the only way of thinking. And if you're still struggling with addiction, obviously your way of thinking hasn't worked. So just be open-minded, accept help.
And I'm taking that from both sides of the table. I'm taking that from the I'm addicted side of the table to the I don't have the answer for you as someone in addiction.
Yes.
But if I can have multiple opportunities for you to try, then maybe we can get somewhere.
Yep.
As the goal. Well, listen, Austin, thank you once again. Appreciate it. Wish and pray the best for you today and in the future. And folks, continue to hold on. We've got several more interviews here as a part of our Jailhouse Recovery, coming to you from the Jay County Security Center in Portland, Indiana. Once again, we say thanks to Sheriff Ray Newton, to his staff for the hospitality, the environment they provided, and the opportunity to even get to do this. So just hang in there with us. Hold on, we'll be back. And as we always like to remind you, God bless and stay in the battle. Amen.
Amen.
Jesus didn't have a problem with people that's in the streets. He had a problem with religious people.
How can I help anybody when I was not even able to help my own son?
I would never do that. I would never do that. And I became that in a matter of minutes when they took my pain pills away.
And I said, I'm not where I want to be, but thank God I'm not what I used to be.
This is Faith in Your Recovery. I am Randy Davis. Welcome to the battle. Hey, thanks for coming back with us, and we're glad to have you here as you follow along as we come to you from the Jay County Security Center, the jail here in Portland, Indiana, and good old Jay County once again. So thanks. We welcome that. We've got a number of followers who have been with us from episode, or I should say, part 1 of this episode called Jailhouse Recovery. We're going to have about 10 or 12, hopefully, different interviews. Get a hold of a friend. Let them know we're here. Get to us with a question, a comment. We've had a good following of listeners. We'd love to grow that because we want you to hear what's going on in the lives of some people that you don't always hear from. Part of that's our fault because we don't ask the question. Maybe we're scared of the answer. Part of it may be hesitancy on their part because the way we ask the question, the threat that we create. But if you'll listen to this, you're going to go out of here with some wisdom and understanding of what it's like for those who find themselves by a result of their choice in that addiction trauma that continues on, that probably got its start with some sort of trauma. So once again, I'm Randy Davis with Faith in Your Recovery. This is probably episode about 165, 170. So you've had a lot of opportunity to follow. We're just glad you're here today. Our guest, Jesse, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Hey, it's good to have you. Listen, let's begin by sharing with the folks who you are, what you're about. Tell them your interests. Tell them the things you like to do and be a part of when you're not incarcerated.
Well, I'm Jesse Cooley, and I like to spend time with my kids when I can. I like wood burning, just hanging out, doing what I can.
How many kids you have, Jesse, and how old are they?
I got 4. One's 5. The next one's he's 2, and then I got 2 that were born this year.
Okay, so you got a house full when you're home. It sounds like.
Sometimes.
Yeah. So I'm sure that can get a little noisy at moments, but create a lot of fun at other moments.
Oh yeah, kids are always fun.
Yeah. So Jesse, tell us what your life looked like that led to this moment of being here in the Jay County Jail.
Well, I thought everything was pretty much bad. That was bad. It was fun, finding good in the bad things and the good what's not good. It was always turned out to be bad.
That's usually the case if we take time to look at it. We don't want to take that time because we're going to find that out. So what did early life look like for you? Tell us who Jesse was, what he was about.
Well, growing up, I really didn't have any guidance. Mom was always bingo, and Dad was always at work. So I was always able to free roam, and having no guidance sometimes was not very guiding.
Yeah, that sets you up for a possible fall that obviously you've taken. Yes. Yeah. So how old were you when you got into the drug scene or alcohol? Go ahead and tell us what that was and when that was.
I probably started smoking weed and doing pills when I was 14.
Okay.
Drinking, everything like that. Then I finally graduated to the harder drugs when I was at 18.
Okay. And what were those harder drugs for you?
Whatever. Whatever I get my hands on.
Okay. Availability, yes. Yeah. So what did that do to your life? What was it creating? What was it destroying? What did that look like?
Well, it destroyed a lot of my family ties, but I mean, it didn't destroy it at the same time because they were always there for me. I'd be asking for money. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily use that money for drugs. I'd use it for gas to go get them, everything like that. So that was my justification for asking for whatever I needed. But I mean, I was doing what I had to do to get them, and you know, just doing what I could.
Okay. What was that doing to you physically, emotionally, mentally? Yeah.
Losing weight, going crazy, cutting ties off with people I didn't need to cut ties off, keeping the wrong people around, just fighting off all the good, keeping the bad, I guess.
Yeah. Thank you. I like the way you said that. Fighting off all the good and keeping a hold or reaching out to anything that wasn't, as you called it, it was bad, but that wasn't good. How many years have you fought this struggle in total?
Pretty much since I was 18, I've had bouts where I went sober for 6 months, a year, here and there. Then every time I return to it, it always gets worse and worse every time. Every relapse has just wound me up in a even worse predicament than I was beforehand.
How old are you now, may I ask?
27.
27, so you're looking at what? Close to 10 years there, yes, of
Yes.
battling with it, give or take a little bit. Yeah. What's your lowest point in all of that?
Probably this last year. This last year's probably definitely been the worst.
How do you mean that? Yeah.
This last year I lost a lot of myself, started doing stuff I said I wouldn't do, diving down to, like I said, things I wouldn't do, and I just became especially not me this year. I mean, I thought I wasn't me in the past, with previous relapses, but this relapse is probably been the worst, doing things I never thought I'd do.
Had you been incarcerated before, Jesse, or is this first time?
This is not the first time.
Okay. Have the other times been drug-related incarcerations?
Yes.
Maybe I shouldn't assume. Is this time a drug-related incarceration?
Unfortunately.
Okay. Are you starting to see a path? Are you starting to, this is the way I want to try to stay above that, to stay out of that? What's that look like? Have you set any kind of strategy yet?
Well, I had a strategy and it was pretty sound, but when I stopped taking my the medication I was supposed to be taking and stopped going to groups, really everything that was working for me, once I stopped it, everything just fell out of order. I just lost it.
Is that a part of your strategy, getting back on top of this, to return to meetings, to, I don't know medically, but to go back to those medications?
Yes, that would be my plan. 'Cause, I mean, I was on naltrexone, prevent me from being able to get high on heroin. That was a good deterrent for me, the ability to not get high. I was on Strattera from ADHD. I was on a whole bunch of different anxiety meds because anxiety has always been like a trigger factor for me. So, get scared, lonely, depressed sometimes. It just dwindles down from there. And once I got away from what I got to know works, it stopped working.
Why? Do you know why you got away from that? Why'd you stop using those necessary meds, the medically assisted treatment? Why did you step away from that?
I thought I didn't need it no more, and I definitely needed it. I put myself out there. I was delivering Narcan to people that needed Narcan, trying to help out where I could, and I just wasn't ready. That was also my downfall, was boredom and being lonely, I guess, not being around the people I was around beforehand, but that was probably ultimately my downfall.
Yeah, and you get away from that path to success. There's only one other path, and that's failure. You're going downhill instead of uphill at that time. You see yourself getting back into meetings. What did meetings do for you?
Gave me the chance to talk about everything going wrong, and insight. Insight was a good thing. Outside insight is always a good thing. Someone once told me, pardon my language, but you can't fix your fucked up thinking with your fucked up thinking.
You're not going to fix that mess when you're still in the same mess, are
Yes.
you?
Nope.
Yeah, yeah. So, okay. What are things you're doing right now? Or maybe I should say, are there things you're doing right now that are going to transfer out into your free time as positives? What are you doing to help yourself here?
Well, I mean, the groups they do offer here, I've been going to them, whether I want to or not. I know it'll help. So I mean, in the long run, it's not whether I want to do it or not. It's that I probably do need it. Instead of, I might not want to today, but that don't mean I shouldn't go.
Yeah. So, and, I'm of the total belief, and it's obvious with us being one of those groups that's here and we're outside and we try to get as many places as we can, but the importance of the companionship, the communion with each other, that communication, that ability to share, how important that community, that's probably the best word to sum it up, how important that community is to somebody who's in recovery, because you're with people who get it. They've relapsed like you have. They've struggled like you have. They've asked the same questions you have. They're good resources for answer. No one path's going to work, or we'd only have one path. And obviously, that's not doing the job for everybody. And it won't. But we've got to keep stepping from one positive path to another to find the one that's going to work for us. What was the moment, or have you had that moment, do you believe, of clarity to where you go, I can do this? Or are you still fighting a battle of fear? Is this going to hold me forever? How am I going to get out of this? Or do you believe you've had a moment of clarity that says, you're worthy of this? It can happen, and here's how.
Yeah, I mean, that clarity's kind of hit me this time. I mean, my first overdose wound me up here, and I did it probably at the worst time because the week after I came in here, my fourth child was born. So I mean, I missed out on that, and it kind of made me open my eyes even more. Missing out on that again. Because I mean, I missed all the births due to at least one of us being incarcerated. So it's always something that misses, and it's just that I guess it was the final straw for me, and I got to find a different way to do what I was doing.
Who's been a part of your vision for success, your hope for a positive future? Who has played a big role in that for you?
Probably really all my family and my girlfriend.
So you've got the support, it sounds like. It's just a matter of living up to
Expectations.
doing your part in that. Yeah, expectations as well as doing your part in all of that. What do you see as a goal for the future that's going to be an indicator that says Jesse's doing okay this time? Jesse just may do this time.
Probably when I hit that year or two mark. So that first year or two is always the hardest hill to climb. I mean, once you learn all the experience or the techniques you need, it's easier to keep climbing instead of fumbling back down hillside.
I've always said a 20-foot extension ladder has 18 steps that you got to climb to get to the top. You know how many steps it takes to get to the bottom? 1. And you miss that first step and you're down all the way. And it's much harder to climb than it is to fall. That's simple. Much more painful, but it's simple to accomplish. Miss a step that's required for the moment, you're in trouble. So yeah, you've got to be able to do that. Do you have it sounds like you do have that team on the outside. You know, your mom, your wife, other family members that wants to see you through to the top. They want to help you to the top. Do you feel comfortable with that?
Yeah, more than I did in the past. You know, sometimes it feels like they don't know how to talk. You know, talk to us because they ain't been through it. You know, in a sense.
Sure.
I mean, my old lady has, but everybody else that ain't been through it. You know, sometimes saying the wrong thing doesn't help us sometimes, or just even being on our top as hard as some people are. Because I know some people don't get it and they don't know how to talk to us, but it's the part we got to deal with it too. You know what I mean? Because we got to realize that we fucked up, and we got to learn how to right our wrongs. And only after so many rights will people start to understand that you're finally getting it.
Yeah, yeah. So it's a matter of understanding from both sides, the side of addiction to the side of those who haven't done it, and from their side to your side. I'm one of those, as I've said in a couple of the pieces today. I've never had to fight addiction with heavy substances of any type, alcohol or drugs. We've all got our addictions, so we can't say, if you don't think so, put it on your phone for the next 3 days. Tell me how many times you wanted to pick it up, or don't have a cup of coffee for the next 3 days. I'm not going to be around you to watch you, but let us know at the end of that time how you're feeling, okay? We've all got that addiction of some type. So I know I've got those in my life, but I have learned being around that, it's the idea. I've done well over 100 funerals of those that have died as a result of mental health issues or addiction issues. I've listened to untold numbers of parents, brothers, sisters, when they've lost a loved one through addiction. I've listened to them. I've answered the call when the individual's been in jail. No, I don't have the experiential knowledge, but I have listened, I have watched, I have learned, and I feel like I get it. And so it's difficult from both sides, but there are two sides that can work. So is there anything you want to finish up with, Jesse, as we get ready to close this interview down?
Well, help is out there if you need it. It's just finding. It's not even finding the resources. Resources will come to you half the time if you let them. You just got to let some people help sometimes, and you can't let your pride get in the way of that.
Pride's taken a lot of us down over the years, whether we're talking addiction, relationships, whatever it may be. And pride is that original tool that changed this world forever through the battle of Satan and God. So leave it alone. Yeah, it's not worth it. It's okay to not be right this time. It's okay to say I goofed and to turn things around. Jesse, thanks for your time. Appreciate your willingness to be interviewed. Appreciate your transparency. Hope and pray the best for you in the future. And folks, we ask you just to stay with us here today on our podcast on this series of Jailhouse Recovery. We've got several more we're going to interview. We want you to get this firsthand in between the interviews here. Go ahead and get a hold of somebody and invite them to listen or to submit a question or a comment. We'd love to share that and have it. Between now and then, we just invite you to stay in the battle. Know you're worth it. Know that family member's worth another effort. Take care. God bless. We love you.
Jesus didn't have a problem with people that's in the streets. He had a problem with religious people.
How can I help anybody when when I was not even able to help my own son?
I would never do that. I would never do that. And I became that in a matter of minutes when they took my pain pills away.
And I said, I'm not where I want to be, but thank God I'm not what I used to be.
This is Faith in Your Recovery. I am Randy Davis. Welcome to the battle. Hey, welcome. We're glad you joined us here on Faith in Your Recovery, and today's 10, 12 episodes of what we're calling Jailhouse Recovery, taking place here in the Jay County Security Center, the jail at Portland, Indiana. Here in Jay County, we're pretty excited about this. It's our second time here. We came just a matter of months ago and did about 11 episodes. We hope to do about that many today. And to the best of our knowledge, this is the only podcast in the United States that has gone into a county jail and been able to interview those who are incarcerated. We're getting a lot of good information. That's exactly what we had hoped for. We're not here to condemn. We're not here to build up or to glorify anything about addiction. We're here to share with you some of those consequences, some of the battles it creates, some of the difficulties that go along with it. And we found out that these guys and gals that we're interviewing, they've got the answers. And we're of the total belief that this is a gold mine of information, and we want to share that with you. So let's go ahead and get started here with our guest, Austin. Welcome, Austin.
What's up?
Hey, glad you're with us. Appreciate it. You and I have gotten to know each other to a certain degree through our coming in with Faith in Your Recovery on Thursdays, and been good to have you as a part of that. Glad you're a part of this. Why are you willing, Austin, to put yourself on the line here and share your story?
I wanted to share because I ain't never share my story with nobody, and I want to let everybody know how it's impacted me and what it's done to me and my family.
Man, that's neat. We have found out you're probably out of, I think this is episode 5 today of this series. You're probably the third, maybe even the fourth one who said, I've never shared my story before, but finding enough comfort to come and do that. I appreciate that. Appreciate your willingness. You go ahead and start wherever you want to start. Go back as far as you want to go back. Make sure we get to know you, what your battle's been like. It's not an excuse. It's just the facts of your life. And I'm sure that's going to bring some enlightenment to our, our listeners out there. So go ahead.
So I started using drugs when I was 18. I just turned 18. I started off just snorting meth. And then about a year after that, I started shooting it. And then not long after that, I started just constant battle with heroin and meth and everything I could get my hands on. Anything I could put in a syringe I wanted, mainly.
What was it that got you started on that? You were 18 years old. That's almost late.
Yeah.
Compared to many, it is. Most begin those early teens, if not sooner. Good. I'm glad it was that late. Hope it hadn't happened, but it did. Tell us why.
Well, where I was living at the time, one of the people that I was really close with, I've grew up with my whole life, and I love him like a brother. And I seen him and his friends doing it constantly. And I mean, if they were doing it, I really wanted to be involved in something like that. You know what I mean? Never thought it to be anything good, but if they're doing it, I just want to rock with them. You know what I mean?
It wasn't truly peer pressure, but by the peers, the availability, your closeness to those involved, you decide you want to give that a try.
Yeah.
I almost said give that a shot. That's not the best choice of words because that's where it leads so many times. So, yeah. So, what early on what did you see happening as you started getting serious into those, to the drugs, to the meth and everything else?
Why, like, I kept going with it.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I like the feeling of it. You know what I mean? I'm real bad at ADHD, and first it slowed me down, but I didn't know if I could stay up for days. I didn't miss nothing. I was constantly on top of everything. I could sell dope to everybody. You know, I didn't miss a play. It was constant money. I mean, I just liked the feeling of it, and it just never stopped. And then when I started losing people, it kind of suppressed everything, made everything a lot easier.
When you started losing people, was that family you're talking about?
Family, friends.
Natural, you know,
Some
death
of 'em.
causes, and then some of them became ODs, I'm
Yeah.
sure. As you got deeper into the culture, you started to lose more friends.
Yeah.
Did that put any fear into you?
No, it kind of did, but it didn't. You mean, it hurt me more than anything, and I really just wanted to be with him. I wanted to see him again, talk to him one last time, but I couldn't. So I just did whatever I could, keep my mind off of it, and ease the pain.
Yeah, yeah. It's not the first time I've heard that piece of the story. Okay, I wish that wasn't the case, but indeed it is. What kept you going with it? What kept you in that stream?
Just mainly the feeling of it, and everybody was doing it. It seemed like it turned into something so small to so big that everybody was doing it. You mean, I just seen where the money was at, and I liked the feeling of it constantly, so it went hand in hand.
Okay, so you know, once that big wheel starts rolling, it's hard to get
Yeah.
it stopped.
Don't ever stop,
Yeah.
seems like.
Yeah. So how long was meth your drug of choice?
Oh, it never stopped me, my drug choice. But then I just mainly, here recently is when I just decided to start doing heroin and not stop with it, because it's really what took all the pain away. I wasn't awake for nothing ever.
Okay, so you replaced your meth with heroin, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah. So how long have you been about heroin?
I would say I did it once my first time when I was 18, but it didn't really kick what I was liking. It wasn't until I was like 19, about a year later, that I started doing fentanyl and the pills, and then it moved on to just doing insane amounts of heroin every single day. It's all I devoted my time to. And it's all I chased.
How were you able to afford it? Yeah. How'd you pay for that habit?
Well, mainly I would steal. I would steal from my dad. I would break it down, make some money off of it, and I'd slowly come up and I'd rip people off till I got what I needed to. And where I was going at the time, I can get it for so cheap that I had an insane amount. I could sit at home and shoot heroin all day constantly, and people wanted it, so I was selling it to them, and I constantly afforded my habit.
Austin, what was your lowest point in all this?
When the cops were constantly there raiding me. My dad was on his way to prison because I've gotten him in trouble so many times, and I really just felt horrible about it. I don't have a relationship with my sister because of it, so it brought me down even farther. But that's all coming back now. So
What the relationship is?
because I decided to finally change.
Hooray for you, and hooray for her, because sounds like she had reason not to come back even if you did change. But she's one too. Is this an older sister or younger?
She's younger than I am. She'll be 17, the 16th of this month.
How old are you now, Austin?
I just turned 22 in July.
Okay, so you're talking about a habit of 3 or 4 years, basically, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When during that time, what was it? How did the light come on that spoke to you and said, Austin, you can do better than this. You can change your life and be the you were created to be. How did that happen for you?
Mainly this time when I came to jail. I've said it every time I came to jail, but this time it really shined light on me. My mom told me she won't associate with me no more, and I've already gotten her in some trouble because I want to get high at her house. And my mom really needs me out there. If I keep getting locked up, she won't be alive by the time I get out. And I really need a relationship with my sister and my dad. My dad's going through some things, and it's just time for me to finally change. And MRT did a big thing in my life since I've been here, especially graduating, and I'm finally going on to rehab after I leave here.
Where do you know where yet?
Yeah, Wooded Glen,
And that's down southern Indiana?
Henryville, Indiana.
Yep. They had the tornado there a couple, 3 years ago. Yeah, I met one of the guys who works there. Can't think of his name now, but yeah, it's highly thought of, and it gives you a good opportunity. Have you been to rehab before?
No.
Okay. What are you doing for yourself now that you believe is going to help you win this battle?
I've decided to cut people off and change my places, people, and things, and stop going around people that I know are gonna just bring me back down to where I don't want to be at, and decided it's finally time to change.
You know, I understand the power of friendships, but I also understand the negative side of friendships.
Yeah.
And those people, places, and things, that's where it all begins in my estimation. That's where the addiction can begin, through our people, as you described earlier, places and things. That's where the recovery can begin, is by changing those and looking in new directions toward new people and doing new things. If it's not working, it's not going to work tomorrow either, most probably. So we've got to do that. Where in all of this battle, in all of this struggle, did you recognize your potential for a positive future? You know, you've already mentioned MRT playing a big role. Tell the folks what MRT is about in your words.
It's called moral recognition therapy. It's about learning yourself and understanding and what's basically wrong with you and what you need to change and what you can achieve from it.
What have you learned about Austin through that?
That I was a terrible person at one point, and I've done a lot of bad things, and I've hurt a lot of people, and that I learned how they felt in that situation, and that it's time to move on and change what I've done and have those people forgive me and be back in their lives.
Do you think those people deserve that?
What I did to them?
No, because of what you did to them, you want to make up for that, even if those aren't your choice of words, but you can do them better as the new Austin.
Yeah, I can be there for them and do so much for them, and they deserve so much more than what I've gave them.
Okay, that's an important thing to recognize in life, whether we're talking addiction or just some of us mature at different levels than others, so that's an important part. What continues to give you hope for this, Austin, that makes you think you can do this? You know, you're doing well with the MRT, you've got hopes of getting out and going for further treatment and everything. What gives you the hope to make you think this is the time?
Well, I've got a lot of people I've been in jail with that they tell me I'm so much better and I can do so much more. A lot of people that I haven't really known that long that really care about me, especially my family. They support me all the way. And a lot of people are just trying to tell me that I am a lot better and I can do better.
And you're starting to believe that, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a big part of it. The change has already started. What's your next big step, do you think, or that next big mountaintop you want to stand on?
Well, wherever that mountaintop is, it's just not going to be in this county.
You're gonna clear out of here, and that's big.
Yeah.
Do you have opportunities for that?
Yeah, whenever I go down to Henryville for rehab, I'm going to try and find a sober living and transition myself into wherever that town is, Henryville's at down south, and trying to stay down there. I mean, get me an apartment, get me a job, and just stay away from over here.
Okay, we're back to those people, places, and things, and that ball just seems to roll there every time, and that's where the difference has to be and the changes we have to make. What would you like to do in the future? Now, I don't mean just be clean, though I'm hoping that's number one. But once you're there, what's goals? What's that? Yeah.
Well, I'd like to start an exotic car rental company.
What's your favorite car? Let's get off the pace here a minute.
Probably McLaren P1.
All right. We're talking a few dollars there too, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's got to be a little money. I have a friend in the Muncie area who created a package for all the Jaguars. I think it's called an XKE. There's an XK and an XKE. He created the XKE, and he's done well with that. Got himself some nice wheels, I can tell you.
Be a nice business to have.
Yeah. Do you see any way to make that happen?
Just gotta keep pushing myself. I can do anything if I really put my mind to it. So yeah.
That's a good attitude. That makes you a difference maker, okay? And that difference has to start in you and with you and then grow out of you. What is the biggest lie you've told yourself through your time of addiction and using?
Biggest lie I've told myself, that I ain't hurting nobody, and that if I'm hurting anybody, to be myself, that I'm not doing nothing to nobody, really.
You're hurting yourself and nobody else.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And you know better now, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, strategy to stay clean. And what's your strategy to stay out of here?
Well, oh, slide down. My strategy to stay out of here, probably stay far away from here, make sure I make different friends, just constantly not have no time on my hands, stay busy, and just make better decisions.
Let me help you sum all that up. Stay focused.
Yeah.
And didn't you say earlier you struggle with ADHD?
Yeah.
Which makes that a difficult thing for you.
Yeah.
I don't have that issue, so that can be a little easier for me, but it's a big part of making it happen. What is a more positive behavior or attitude that you're employing in your life now than 3 years ago?
More positive, probably, I don't know.
I'll help you. Your self-image.
Yeah. How other people see me.
Yeah. And you were talking earlier how people didn't really matter to you. Any pain you were causing or loss you were creating, but that you've seen the difference and recognize, I wasn't doing them fair, and you're trying to be fair now. So let that build you up to that next level. And I don't know what it's going to be with you. I don't know what God expects of you in the long run, but you can get there if you stay with it and stay at work on it. Besides changing those people, places, and things, which you've mentioned more than once, what are a couple of the personal disciplines you're going to employ to remain clean and sober?
Well, number one is probably my integrity, and my constant will, just not bring myself down, and make sure that I be who I'm supposed to be.
I like you using that word integrity, because that's, we know when we're failing ourselves. Others may say, hey, I'm disappointed in this or that, or you could have done this or that. You don't have to tell me. I know. Most are going to tell me anyway. That's the way our society works. But as you work to maintain that integrity, you're going to become a more complete you that you're going to be pleased with being in, being with, and the kind of you that keeps yourself proud of who you are and what you're about. So as you prepare yourself, and you've got how much longer?
I get out the 20th of this month, so I think it's 12 days.
Whoa, so that time's short.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to remind you, if I ever come in here to do another class after that, you're here, that you told me your plans were to get out of here and stay out of here. We're talking geographically, not just jail, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the potential's there and the desire's there, and I hope that you've got the tools to make it happen. And you're welcome to get back to us at A Better Life. Brianna's Hope anytime, and we'll help you see that through. Before we wrap this up here, is there anything else you want to share, Austin, concerning past or present?
If you're getting high, it gets easier. It'll be over eventually. That's about it.
All right. Well, thank you for your time. Thank you for your willingness to share with us your transparency. 12 more days. Make it happen. Just like our advice to everybody, stay in the battle. Don't give up. Thank you, folks, for tuning in, turning this on. God bless. Amen.
Jesus didn't have a problem with people that's in the streets. He had a problem with religious people.
How can I help anybody when when I was not even able to help my own son.
I would never do that. I would never do that. And I became that in a matter of minutes when they took my pain pills away.
And I said, I'm not where I want to be, but thank God I'm not what I used to be.
This is Faith in Your Recovery. I am Randy Davis. Welcome to the battle. Thanks again for joining us here on our episodes we've titled Jailhouse Recovery. This is number 6 today, and I think we've got about that many more to go. We're going to get done what we can get done. It's a privilege to be here in the Jay County Jail, Sheriff Newton, and the staff. They've been super cooperative with us. We appreciate that. And we always like to remind you that this is probably only the second time that a podcast has ever been done from county jail in the United States of America. And just months ago, we did the first one. Today's been a great success. We've had numerous followers. We hope you've contacted friends, family members to get them to join with us. We've got a lot of good information to share. I believe it's questions that many of you would ask if you had this opportunity, or perhaps some of you'd be scared to ask them because you're just not comfortable in a setting or a place like this. But I've become quite comfortable with a lot of respect. I appreciate each individual who's willing to share with us today. It's a good thing. Our guest for this episode, he and I go back a ways through the school system. Stephen, welcome on board.
Randy, how you doing?
Doing good. Good to have you here. Hey, I realize, I know some of your story, but I want to know more, and I want you to share that with our listeners. Go ahead and tell them where it all began for Stephen, how it all began early in life. Go back there and kind of, bring us up almost through your elementary years, your high school years, your early adult years, however you want to label it, do that. But go ahead and start sharing with us.
Well, I started smoking pot when I was in high school for a couple years. When I was 16, I was introduced to meth. So I did meth for the first time, and then it kind of moved on from there to opiates, pain pills, all that. And stayed that way till my early 20s, and then I started using heroin. And somewhere in the mix between all that, I started using a syringe, and I stayed on heroin for about 2 years, hard. Overdosed, I don't know how many times. I shouldn't even be here right now. Up until almost 5 years ago, I quit using heroin. I haven't used heroin since, but I have had a problem with using meth, and I'm trying to get past that now.
How old are you, Stephen?
37.
Okay. So overall, how many years would you say you've been in the struggle?
20 years.
20 years. That's a major part of your life there, over half when we do the math, yeah? So what was it that got you started, do you believe, when you look back? Was it just availability, peer pressure?
Trying to fit in.
Trying
to be cool, thinking it was cool.
Yeah. What do you think now?
Stupid.
Nothing.
I mean, there's just nothing else. No other way to describe it as being. It's wasted a lot of years of my life being in jail. I mean, I've been in and out of jail for the past 15 years.
What's been the lowest point in all of that?
Being homeless with nobody. My mom passed, and I kind of just started spiraling out from there. And then I lost my kids, and then I just been on the downhill from there till now.
Okay, what are your plans to better yourself, and how?
Well, I think I'm going to go to a rehab facility somewhere when I get out of here.
Okay, I'm going to hold you to that because we can help you make that happen, buddy. Through a Better Life, Brianna's Hope. You get out of here. How long do you have here?
February 3rd.
February 3rd. So what is that? February, January, almost less than 4 months.
Less than 3 months.
Less than 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, not that you're counting, right?
Yeah, only 80-something days.
Yeah, all right. What is rehab the next step out of here?
I mean, for me right now, it's got to be because I've never tried it. And as of right now, I need to acquire tools that I need to be able to stay sober and recover, not only for me, for my kids, for my family.
Yeah. It starts with you, and then they get all the benefits of it, all right? You know, there's nothing wrong with wanting it for your kids, nothing at all, but I believe you've got to want it for yourself, number one.
Absolutely.
And as you accomplish that, then, as I said, they get those benefits and the joys of it. They get the new dad, the dad they deserve, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm sure all of that's run through your head before. What makes you think you can do it? You've been in this a long time. What makes you think?
Well, I've been in it a long time. That's all the more encouragement and reason to not do it. I mean, I'm not getting any younger. I mean, I'm tired of coming to jail. I'm tired of being in this place. I'm tired of wasting my freedom. There's so many other better things I could be doing out there with my time.
Yeah. What's your goal? Obviously being clean, being sober, et cetera. But what's a career goal that you have?
Mechanic.
Mechanic. I just interviewed a guy earlier who wants to start an exotic car sales kind of thing. Maybe you could get a job there, all right?
Right.
Yeah, we don't know how that can happen. Let's wait and see. Why are you willing to be interviewed today, Stephen? What is it about this that piqued your interest, that caused you to sign up and say, yeah, I'll give that a shot?
I mean, it's a start for me to get this weight off my shoulders of this problem that I have. To me, that's the first step into the recovery process, is to get it out there, to admit that I do have a problem before I can move on.
You know, I've always believed that to voice something, it's got to go through our head, it's got to come out our lips, then we hear it with our own ears, and we can judge ourselves on the truth and the validity of what we just said. But it's just gone through a 3-step process there that almost helps us stamp it. Mm-hmm. And, you know, it's a commitment that we're making, you're not making any commitments to me, but you are to yourself with your own words there. Do you believe your addiction, and you referred to this earlier, but do you think it's a generational thing, more by choice, or a result of relationships and peer pressure?
I mean, at the end of the day, it's always a choice. It's your choice to do what you're going to do. Nobody can make you do nothing. I mean, so yeah, I believe it is a sickness, but at the end of the day, it's a choice.
I have always believed it's a disease, but it's a disease set off by a choice. Mm-hmm. So you and I are on the same page there in that respect, okay? Have you ever felt like you've had a true cheerleader in your corner? You know, a friend, a family member, if so, who?
My mom was always there, but I lost her, and the other person that I had in my corner, I messed it up.
You chased them away.
Right.
By your choices and actions.
Choosing to use drugs.
Yeah. Okay. When did you realize in all of this, and this is going back to some of the things you said earlier, you were in over your head, that it had a hold of you and a grip on you that you at that? You didn't know how to beat it at that moment.
No, I didn't. I mean, when you're out there doing it, in the middle of doing it, you never think you need to go to rehab to get off of it. At any time, you tell yourself that you can quit, and at any point, I can stop this if I want, but you're just lying to yourself.
That was one of my next questions. What's the biggest lie you've told yourself? And obviously, that was one of them. That
Absolutely.
I'm in charge. No, you relinquish charge to that drug once you step over that line, which can be at the first use, or it's certainly going to be shortly thereafter, if not. What was the lights on that said, Stephen, you can better yourself. You can do better than this. You can become the you that you want to be and God wants you to be. How did that play out?
Well, I guess it really started on this bit here. Having to be away from my kids was the hardest thing, you know. And I have to say the MRT here in the jail has been an extremely big help with that. Not only have I been able to help myself, but able to help others and to finding that light.
What is it that you think is the next big step for you to overcome before you can go full steam ahead toward recovery? Obviously, getting out of here, but along with that, what is going to be that step that's going to propel you forward?
Well, it's just going to have to be to place myself in a better environment, better situation. Obviously, go to rehab, not only for drug use, but there's other avenues I need to explore. I mean, mental, emotional, anger, all that stuff. But to get out and find myself is definitely the first step I think I need to do to secure my recovery.
I think you're going to rehab of some type, whatever that may look like, possibly sober living. I don't know how it's going to play out, but I totally agree. That's where your next steps lie, because you said it earlier yourself, you've got to get those tools that are needed to keep you sober. I said it in one of the earlier interviews today. I've said it in many of our classes here. I'll say it again, the idea, and this has always been an illustration to me that you can't miss. A 20-foot step ladder has 18 steps to get to the top. It has one step to get to the bottom. And we fall much faster when we climb. It can be more painful, that fall, but we can grasp a hold, pull ourselves up. It's much more than pulling yourself up by the bootstraps. You got to pull yourself up by your own experiences, your own willingness, your own desire, and we hope you can get that accomplished. What do you see yourself, how do you see yourself 20 years from now, 10 years from now? Where do you see Stephen in life?
20 years from now, I just hope I'm alive. 10 years from now, I see myself with my family, working, making an honest living, doing everything for all the right reasons. I mean, that's the only thing I can hope for right now.
Well, that's big hopes right there. What is it that provides you hope in general, not just for accomplishing that, but in general?
Well, my best hope would be my kids are my strength. So, I mean, the only hope I could have is to ensure that I never leave them again. I mean, my hope is to stay out of jail.
Where do you see your faith playing a role in all this, Stephen?
Well, I really don't know. I don't know if it's my faith would lie in God or myself or whatever it may be. I don't know, but I just know I got to keep faith. Without faith, you lose everything.
Yeah. I'm going to just throw this in. I don't try to get preachy during these things. I never have. But that faith's got to be in God before we can have the true faith in ourselves. So that's just an invite from my experience after hearing yours here. What is it that Stephen would want to say to someone who's raising their own Stephen, someone who's fought the battles you've fought? Now, I know you're beyond that being raised stage. I get that. But think back to those years. What would you like to tell mom and dad who are dealing with somebody who was much like you?
Whip their butt more. Keep a closer eye on them. There is such a thing called tough love, and sometimes that's what you got to have in order for things to be for the better.
That's not the easy way to do it, but the idea of tough love's a necessary way to do it. Now, there's an abuse, but that's not what we're talking about, folks, when we talk about tough love. We talk about being able to say no. It's okay to say, we can't afford that. It's okay to say, you don't need that. There are ways, and it's not what your 8, 12, 16, 20-year-old want to hear sometimes, but it's the best thing they can hear. And so what would you want to tell that child of theirs, their own Stephen? What would you advise them?
Stay in school. Education is a first and foremost thing. Don't be hard-headed. Take advice when it's given to you, and you don't have to learn the hard way.
I like that idea of taking advice when it's given to you. None of us are as good at that as what we could be, but that's the necessary point from the other side of the table. It's okay to find out you're wrong. It doesn't mean you're a bad person because you made a mistake, but it's how you deal with that mistake that determines, if you're going to live that pleasing life or that life that's a problem to you and everybody around you. We're back to the idea of choices. I've heard that a lot from you during this interview. So before we get ready to wrap up here, Stephen, is there anything else that you want to say, advise, or share?
Never give up. Hold close to you the ones that you love and who love you, and because they're not going to be there forever.
Man, there's a lot of truth to that, folks, and we know you've had your share of losses. You've gone through your own battles, but understand, fighting through them is more than worth it. Thank you for tuning in and turning on to this episode of Faith in Your Recovery as we're here in the Jay County Security Center doing our second set of episodes of Jailhouse Recovery. Thank you. Appreciate you. Get a hold of a friend. We've got some more live episodes to go here. God bless. Take care. And above all, stay in the battle.
Thank you, Randy.
You bet.
Jesus didn't have a problem with people that's in the streets. He had a problem with religious people.
How can I help anybody when when I was not even able to help my own son?
I would never do that. I would never do that. And I became that in a matter of minutes when they took my pain pills away.
And I said, I'm not where I want to be, but thank God I'm not what I used to be.
This is Faith in Your Recovery. I am Randy Davis. Welcome to the battle. Hey, thanks once again for tuning in. We're glad you're with us here on today's special episode of Faith in Your Recovery. We're calling this series taking place here in the Jay County Security Center, the jail here in Portland, Indiana. We're referring to it as Jailhouse Recovery. We're of the belief and the understanding it may be only the second time in the United States that there's been a podcast accomplished and shared from a county jail. So I'm going to go ahead and say it's been fun to do it. It's been good to listen to the stories. Some have been very challenging, some very heart-touching, and we start to come to a better understanding of why that individual who struggled with addiction, why it is such a struggle, how they got into it, what happened, and each one's a personal story, and we recognize and realize that those of you out there in our listeners' land, you've got your own story too. It may relate to addiction, it may not, but ours that we're sharing do, and we're glad to be able to give you that opportunity and that privilege. For more hope and help. So our guest today's Raider. Welcome, Raider.
Hey, Randy.
Good to have you with us. Appreciate that.
Yes,
Tell
sir.
me, have you heard any story behind your name? How'd you come up with that? I like it.
My mom was a Raiders fan.
That's all.
And my dad was too, so like my mom just named me Raider.
That makes sense to me totally. It was going to be my guess, but I didn't want to overly assume, all right?
Yes, sir.
Are you a Raiders fan by heart or by name?
And by name, probably.
All right.
I mean, I rock it.
Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, it'll get you through. Raider, why'd you say yes to being interviewed today? Why were you willing to join us on this podcast?
Because there's a voice that needs to be heard, man. There's a lot of pain in this facility, in all these facilities.
Absolutely.
You know, how we came up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They the ones I love the most. My family don't even know me. There's people sitting in this room that know me, you know? My closest ones don't even know me.
Well, that's, we're going to break down some of that here today. Appreciate your willingness, and I get what you're saying there. This is, strange as it may seem, it's a safe place to share your story and to be able to get it out. So let's go back to early in life. What was your early life like? Tell us.
That's where I'm going to start at, man. Like, I think it all started when pretty much my dad met my mom. And then my dad was just a nobody. So, like, boom, he's out there robbing, stealing. All he cares is drugs. He ain't got no point or goals in life. And then he went to prison when I was, like, right after I was born. And then, like, my mom was a crackhead. So, boom, like, there's 5 kids, 5 brothers, 2 sisters. And then, like, my mom, then my mom's mom, and then her mom, all living in the same house with an uncle. So we got all these badass kids. And all they cared about, not the kids, but all my parents cared about was the drugs. And what they didn't have no goals in life. It's still the same to this day, and it gets crazier. So like,
Gonna guess there was some neglect of the kids just because their interests were
there wasn't
elsewhere.
No rules, really. Like, I got in trouble for stealing bread, trying to eat something. That's the type of shit I got in trouble for. My bad, excuse my French. But, like, we didn't have no rules. Our mom still does drugs with us to this day. You know what I'm saying? Like, years later, you know what I mean? I just met my mom when I was 19. But, like, as a kid, like, Like I got baths at the car wash here in Portland. You know what I mean? 7 kids line up, take a bath. You know what I mean? Like then boom, like that was like that for 7 years. Just bounced around from one location to one location. My mom burned all her bridges here. Then boom, we moved to Tennessee when I was like 7. My mom had a rich friend down there. It was cool at first. Then my mom got back into drugs again. So next thing you know, like she burned her bridge there. So like she ended up like she just ended up like dipping with all the kids on the street. So now it's like me, my 5 brothers, and 2 sisters. You know what I mean? We just running in like Knoxville, Tennessee, big city. Next thing you know, like we go from like an overweight pass at one point. Like we slept, all the kids there. So we all slept up there. My mom disappeared for like days at a time. We won't even see nothing. Then boom, she'll pop back up in our life. Then so we moved into like this complex. I'm just 7 at this time, you know what I mean? I'm like the youngest child besides a younger sister. And like my mom lived in like this apartment house. And like that's all she cared. That's the first time I ever really seen her doing drugs with like my brothers and sisters. They was a little bit older. You know what I mean? It wasn't nothing to walk in a room and see my mom getting railed like by 10 guys and then boom, all just for drugs. You know what I mean? I asked for some pop. You know what I mean? She just handed me some pop and it got cigarette butts in it. She not even knowing because she so messed up in this world. You know what I mean? I just want something to eat. Like, boom, I get in trouble if I just go take something out of the refrigerator. Because, you know what I mean? Like, she wasn't working for it, and how she worked for it, it was wrong. You know what I'm saying? So, like, that all impacted us, you know what I mean? So, like, I didn't ever went to school, really, none of my life, you know what I mean? And, like, I didn't have to go to school down there. Me and my brothers and sisters just ran the street. The next thing you know, like, my mom just disappeared again. Boom, she out of my life. And then, like, that's when me and my brothers and a couple of my sisters, like, there's this old abandoned dumpster, like, as big as a dumpster right outside this jail. And, like, we put, like, a recliner in that thing. Like, we made it feel like home. You know what I mean? It was abandoned. So, like, boom, we just all living in there until, like, one day her mom popped up. She's like, man, I'm messed up, blah, blah, blah. She lost her car, you know what I mean? Sold it for drugs, whatever. So then, boom, that's when, like, my mom begged a few people to come back from Portland to come all the way to Knoxville to pick us up. And then, boom, we all back in Portland. We soaking in everything again. Nothing really changed. And then next thing you know, it's like my mom would always, like, every time she come back from wherever we moved from, like, she would just drop all the kids off at their relatives. So, like, me, I would've went to my grandma's. Ezra and Precious would've went to my grandma's. Ty, he was older. He's probably 17, 18. He had a girl. You know what I mean? And, like,
How old are you at this time?
I'm still 7. When I came back from Tennessee, I had lice. I was underweight. I had warts all on my hands that I had to, like, get taken off. And, like, I stayed with my grandma at this point, and then, like, boom, like, one day, my mom came back, and she was rounding up all the kids again. And I was, like, the last one to pick up. And, like, I'm sitting there crying on the porch step, holding on to my grandma's leg, saying, I don't want to go. And then, like, boom, my grandma tell me go inside. And then I hear them out there talking. I'm too young. I'm not really even thinking nothing about it. I just know the life that I had, you know what I mean? And then next thing you know, like, my mom got in that car with 5 brothers, 2 sisters, and took off. And I ain't get to see them again until I was, like, 19. Didn't know nothing about them, and there's a reason behind that. Well, then, boom, I stayed with my grandma, and then my grandma had a doctor's appointment shortly that week. And then next thing you knew, like a doctor's appointment, my mom left a note at the doctor's office because she knew my grandma was going. And she said that it would be nice to take Raider off our hands because, like, the life that's going right now, it's just all bad. We about to lose all the kids, and you could just make a better life for them. And it was that note that kind of like destroyed me, man. You just took 5 brothers and 2 sisters away from me. So boom, shortly after that, I get locked up for the first time. They throw me in a mental hospital for like a short period of time, a couple placements, ran some tests on me. You know what I mean? A kid don't need to see that. You know? They just thought they was doing the right thing. Put me on drugs. I didn't even know my family, and this all happened for like the next, all the way up until I was 12. I just kept bouncing around from placement to placement to placement. Mental hospital that one time. I was searching probably for just my 5 brothers and 2 sisters that everybody would always lie to me. You know what I mean? Like Ron May here in town, he was a probation officer for his kids, a couple of us. Like they all just lied to me about my family. My grandma would just lie to me about my family. My aunt would sit there and lie to me about my family. And they was trying to protect me. But I was too young to understand that. So like the whole time I'm pushing away from my grandma and my aunt just to be like searching for that thing that all I knew was, you know what I mean, helping my brothers and sisters still, or just trying to like live, trying to connect with them. I didn't want something good like my grandma or aunt. You know what I mean? And I sit there and push them away for so many years. Now here I am, 26 years old. Done been in the system for like, man, I want to say like 16 years. Just lost. I don't even.
So between the abandonment that came down and the issues that you've had to deal with because of that, self-image, self-value, self-worth, there is a lot of mental, I don't mean necessarily, what I'm trying to say is that is enough to damage you mentally. And that doesn't
sure.
make you a sick or a bad person. It's just that's not the normal way through life at that age. It's not
I'm telling
the
you, I got the
normal
worst hands ever
treatment.
dealt in life.
I can't
crazy.
imagine, piling that together, one thing on top of the other, not having the provisions that are needed. What the idea of you and your brothers and sisters, whoever you said it was, with that sofa and a dumpster, and you probably found comfort
It was nice.
in that. That was, pardon the expression, a Holiday Inn moment comparatively. As we think about it and having to go through that, having to deal with that, you've got to have some mental strength of some type to even be sitting here today. Because the opportunities for you not to survive sound far greater than the opportunities for you to survive. And somehow you've managed to do that.
I don't know how, but
And that tells me something. It tells me there's still a purpose, there's still a plan. And for you to come here today and share this story, this is raw, real stuff, and this is to a 7 to 12-year-old. When did the drug start? Or let's go to the next level. Let's go from that 12 to 20 range or whatever. I don't mean cover every year. But, those middle school, high school years, what did life look like, and how did you respond to it?
Well, when I was 12 years old, like I said, I was a bad kid. I always wanted to hang out with the wrong crowd because that's where I came from. So I guess I went to them because
identity.
That's what is close to what I was, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then when I was 12 though, like that's when I first that's when they said no more like placements, no more nothing. And I robbed this fireworks store right outside the jail. And they sent me away to boys' school for 2 years for that. I went to boys' school for 2 years, got out for a month, and I started I had my first joint when I was like 12. Like I had a sip of beer younger than that. You know what I mean? That wasn't nothing, but I didn't start doing uh, like I got out when I was like, let's see, 14 from boys' school. I was getting high with friends, smoking weed, shit like that. You know what I mean? Maybe got drunk my first time then, you know? And then like I wasn't even out a month. And then next thing you know, I go back to boys' school for like, what was it? For another burglary. Like I ended up like breaking into a concession stand with some friends. I was the only one to get in trouble. They did months. I went back for another 9. Got out when I was 15. I used to like still like, cause my grandma was prescribed a Vicodins, so I used to like pinch one every other day, and then like I'd go trade in to this lady that had weed. So I'd trade the Vicodins for weed for like $5 a pop, and then I got caught with a whole flashlight full of Vicodins, and then I had stole a 9mm out of a car. So I was 15, just walking down the street with a flashlight full of Vicodins and a 9mm that was stolen. Next thing you know, somebody told on me, and I ended up going back to boys' school for another 6 to 9 months. Like these was like 1 month stretch every time that I got out. Like it was instantly like right back. And then I got out when I was 16. And then that's when I hit my first big lick. It was like a big house out in the country. And I'm sorry to all these people that I did something wrong to. You know what I mean? I was just lost. You know what I mean? I can't do nothing about it. And that's the last thing they probably want to hear is that I'm sorry. But I don't know what's wrong with me then, but I'm working on it. But then I went to prison when I was 16. I got a 10-year prison bit. And 10 suspend 4, 6 do 3.
What was that for?
It was for a burglary. I
Okay.
broke into a house, stole some guns and some TVs, some boom boxes, some amps, some jewelry. And then I went to prison, and that's when I started doing drugs. Like the system in there, like there's more money in prison, there's more drugs in prison, and like from all the time that I ever did, I could tell you one thing: ain't none of it helped none of us. Not one person didn't help nobody in prison. That time ain't helped them. That time didn't help nobody in here.
What do you think would help? What would make the difference?
Man, everybody needs somebody, man. You know what I mean? Like, all these people out there, like, they discriminate us. They judge us. You know what I mean? It's them talking shit to us. Or, like, my bad. It's them, like, not believing in us. If you just believe in somebody, there's only so much pain somebody could take. I still hurt to this day a lot. I don't even want to be here. Like, you know what I mean? The only thing that's keeping me going in life is all them people that just think I'm not nothing. That's the only thing that's keeping me here, to make my grandma proud before she go. You know what I mean?
Take this properly, Raider, and anybody else who's listening to me. But as I listen to your story, I can't imagine you ending up any place other than where you're at right now. With the stuff that you've had thrown at you, the stuff you've had stacked on you, whether you don't act like a bitter person, but there's got to be so much bitterness and anger inside that's got to come out some way. And you're being here after hearing this story. I don't want to see your textbook because I don't know what textbook is, but I get why you're here.
Yeah.
That or you'd already be gone because of murder. Going through that, dealing with that, 5 to 12 years old, that's That's beyond any reasoning I could possibly have or any experience or knowledge. Still, you made that apology to those folks a little bit ago. Now it probably means little to them, but it's obviously important to you to do it, or you, in the middle of this story, wouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
All right, I respect that totally. I respect you even with what's going on and because of what has gone on. What is it that you see in the future for Raider? Yeah, what is it?
Well, I don't know. I know it's not gonna be this. I know it's not gonna be a jail cell. I know it ain't gonna be this place. You know what I mean? I could look at a brick and I can be like, damn, I got a lot in common with it. You know what I mean? 'Cause it's all I know. And I mean, it ain't gonna be prison, 'cause like I done seen people die. I done abused drugs in there, so it ain't gonna be a drugs. And every time I got released, 'cause I went back to prison when I was like 19 for another 3 years. And then boom, I got it out. And that's when I started like doing ice a lot. You know what I mean? That's when I got introduced to a rig. You know what I mean? And then like I didn't abuse it. I did heroin a couple times. And then like next thing you know, like all the way up until last year, that's when everything like hit me. You know what I mean? 'Cause I was going hard. I mean it when I say that like I fill a whole rig up with ice. And then boom, I just shoot it all into my veins. And that feeling that it gave me was like the only thing I could picture it is like just picture a box and picture just a room. And you feel like it's a mansion. And it's just a calm water in there all over the floor. And one person is just sitting in the middle of the room on a hoverboard. That's that feeling it gave me. That was like peace right there. But then it's like a darkness piece. You know what I mean? That's what I searched for every time that I got high. And then like boom, I lost everybody. That's what made me change.
I recognize, I can't imagine the amount of pain, as we mentioned earlier. I've never tried a drug. I've never had to go through what you've been through. I can understand to the best of my abilities, and I said this to one other person earlier, I can understand why you did it. Anything would have been a relief. Just a moment of not feeling all of that. I get it. I don't support it. I don't agree, but I get why you would go there. That's probably one of the things that being a part of A Better Life, Brianna's Hope, being a part of the lives of people like you has taught me. There's not a good reason. There's not a true reason, but there is a reason to use. I don't know if I'd have become a cutter after experiencing the things you have. I don't know if it would have been drugs that would have been my escape, but I'd have worked to find one, as most of us would. As you move forward, what is your hope, Raider? What is your hope?
My hope? Man, my grandma always told me that I was her pill. That's like the only reason that like she's still here today. And like everything that I went through, pushing my grandma and my aunt to like the limits in life, and the fact that they still love me, and I don't even know them because this is all that I know, like just to make her proud so she can go in peace would just be like amazing to me, because like I don't want much in life. I gotta go. I even been sober for like 7 months now. I've only been here 4. You know what I mean? I quit drugs 3 months before I walked in that door. I walked in this door and I looked good. You know what I mean? I'm even better now. You know what I mean? I just got, like, I just want to make them proud, man. And I got good support system, and they going to help me. They believe in me. So,
Do you believe in yourself?
I believe in myself more than I ever have.
Why?
Why? 'Cause I'm tired of letting these other people win. It's my turn. For sure. It's my turn. You know? I'm going to make something of it.
You know what? You just summed it up. We've spent 30 plus minutes here listening, and in 3 words, you just summed it up. It's my turn. Man, I believe that. This has had to be quite a step for you to come on here and share this.
Oh, my chest hurting right now.
And you made it clear that you've got cellmates and others here that know you better than your family knows you. And for you to share this story, this is not light stuff, folks. This is real. We talk about raw, real, and sloppy lots of times at ABLBH. Raider, you fit that. And that's not a put down, man. That's not. It's just who you are because of where you've been, the experiences you've had. This is big. Thank you. Thank you for your willingness to come and offer us this.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
To share your heart. You know, as a retired minister, I may not agree or I don't know, but I don't have to agree. That's not what this is about. This is about hearing your life and trying to understand to where we can be a help. You mentioned earlier, there's just not a lot of help. And it's because we don't want to get close and hear and listen and understand. Wow, you've helped me do that. I appreciate this. God bless. Take care. And I'm going to remember those 3 words. It's my turn.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Folks, I've got 4 more for you. Stay in the battle. God bless. Take care. Thank you. So I'm live. Hey, folks, thanks for holding on and hanging in there with us. We've had a little bit of change here to where we're not going to be able to interview any more of our inmates here at the Jay County Jail as a part of this jailhouse recovery. But it's been a blessed day and quite an experience. This always rattles my cage a little bit to hear the depth of some of the trauma that these individuals go through and experience. But due to a shift change and a lack of, I guess I'll go ahead and say employees for the rest of the evening, we're going to have to step away. But we've got one more special one for you. We're going to do one of our staff members from the office, Candy Sapp. She's going to kind of fill in here, and we're going to interview her. We've not had the opportunity to do that, but we hope you're going to listen to each one of the 7 or 8 episodes we were just able to do, and then we want to turn those into our Friday morning effort as it breaks on our national podcast platform. So get it checked out on Faith in Your Recovery. This series of 7 or 8 interviews from here at the Jay County Security Center, once again, is labeled Jailhouse Recovery. It's honesty beyond honesty. There's a couple of them that just about broke me down. And so we'll go ahead and continue here, but thank you. We want to come back and complete this and interview some others. But as our final episode today, kind of a little add-on, we want to hear from Candy. We want to hear some of her personal experiences. And along with that, go ahead and hear what it's been like for her to be a part of A Better Life, Brianna's Hope. If you listen to the episodes earlier from this series, you're going to find out what MRT was about and how important it's been to some of their lives and their recovery. And Candy's one of those individuals responsible for leading that, and we'll hear what it's been like for her. So hold on, we're getting ready to go with this next episode. We'll go ahead and play our intro here, and we'll take off.
Jesus didn't have a problem with people that's in the streets. He had a problem with religious people.
How can I help anybody when I was not even able to help my own son?
I would never do that. I would never do that. And I became that in a matter of minutes when they took my pain pills away.
And I said, I'm not where I want to be. But thank God I'm not what I used to be.
This is Faith in Your Recovery. I am Randy Davis. Welcome to the battle. Hey, once again, thank you for joining us here at the Jay County Security Center, the jail here in Portland, Indiana. We've had about 7 episodes of individuals who are incarcerated here and heard some incredible stories. But due to a shift change and a lack of employees, we're going to need to change the rhythm a little bit. So we're going to wrap this up with an interview with Candy from our office. We're going to get to hear a little bit of her personal story as well as her present story as an employee of A Better Life, Brianna's Hope. Welcome aboard, Candy.
Thank you for having me.
You bet. We look forward to what you've got to share. What's today been like for you, Candy, as far as our interviews here with the jailhouse recovery?
Today has been awesome because even though I'm in the jail on Thursdays and Fridays, I don't always get to hear everybody's personal story. So those that we have talked to today, it's just been awesome to be able to get some background and really learn where they're coming from.
And I think another part of that is they've been able to be more personal with us because they're not in a group of 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. It's almost been individual attention as they've stepped forward to the microphone. So it's a matter of, I feel closer with each one of them. It's kind of a strange phenomena, but this is a good place for us to be.
Well, and Rader had said that, those that are locked up, they really just need somebody. And that is something that I am most often seeing and hearing is that, the inmates just want somebody to listen to them. They truly just want somebody to listen and to hear them. So
I've got to admit that Rader's story nearly knocked me out of my chair.
Yes.
When you hear of trauma and you hear of his story of trauma and what he's been through, if half of it's true, and I believe it all is, but if half of it's true, it's enough to rattle your cage.
Absolutely.
Just shake your foundation. Then there was one earlier, Birdie, I believe it was.
Yeah.
To hear her story, it wasn't easy for me to recover in the moment from that one because it tugged at your heartstrings. No one should have to go through what they've been through. And as I said during one of the interviews, I get that feeling. I get the understanding of why they'd turn to drugs or at least something to numb the pain that they've been through. Your feelings pretty much the same there, or do you have different
Absolutely.
thoughts with that?
No, I feel like it completely makes sense. So we all, a baby cries because they need something. We all need to fill a spot that I guess has been emptied, And so we employed whatever coping mechanisms we can, whether it's just crying, banging our head on the floor, doing drugs, beating on our partner, neglecting our responsibilities.
We're not in support of any of this, but we recognize it and we recognize some of that cause, right?
Right. Do not condone any of that, absolutely. But it's just so unfortunate that those are so readily things that we do employ.
Absolutely. They're certainly a part of our society and culture today. There was a gentleman years back by the name of Blaise Pascal. He quoted a statement that I'll never forget. There is a God-shaped vacuum within each and every one of us. It's like a puzzle piece, and only one piece of the puzzle is going to fit it. And God is that fit in so many cases. And we try to share that without shoving it down somebody's throat. We want to hear from them. And that's what we want to do. I want you folks to get to know Candy a little better. How long have you been with A Better Life, Brianna's Hope, Candy?
I think about 5 years.
That was going to be my guess. So, yeah, we know it was right at that, give or take. What brought you to A Better Life, Brianna's Hope?
Well, I needed a job. I had actually never been a secretary before. So a lot of my work experience comes from factory background. Whenever I started as well, I had just graduated from Indiana Wesleyan University with my bachelor's in social work. The deal about that is, yes, I graduated and everything. My dream is that I wanted to work with, help with DCS. I wanted to help with, help save kids. I feel like I've always thought that a lot of our problems, I guess, arise in childhood, and then it either grows from there or it doesn't. A lot of times we're seeing that it does grow from there. So I guess originally I just really wanted to work for DCS. that dream got shot down from my own doings. I got pulled over, and I got a DUI, and I had my kids in the car, and so I got charged with endangering my own children as well as a DUI.
How old were you at that time, Candy?
Mid-20s.
Okay.
26, 27.
So just a couple of years ago.
Yeah. Not too long ago. I'm currently 34, so.
All right. All right.
But I was just so sure that, that my life was over. Everybody was going to know me as somebody that, endangered children, let alone endanger my own children. So I just was pretty sure that my life and dream was over. Yeah, I was pretty sure that was done.
Okay. So
I guess to round it back around, here, I came to A Better Life, Brianna's Hope, because I really needed a job. I had just had my 2 children back to back, and I just really needed a job. And so the opportunity was out there, and luckily Gina hired me.
But I want to add one thing or change one thing to all of that. You said you didn't come from a secretarial background. When you first came on board with us, we may have hired you as a secretary, but what you're doing now is not what I would consider typical to most secretaries, part of their job role. You work in the jail, you come here at least a couple times a week, yes?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, and of the other things you do, helping us pull off some of the events we've been able to pull off, you do a great job with graphics and helping us out with that as far as Facebook and technology. I don't know what we refer to you as other than an employee, but you certainly have varied skills that have meant a lot to the growth and the success of our organization. Besides me, Candy, what is it you like best about your job?
Besides sitting in between you and Gina, really being able to help people, which could mean I answer the phone, and if we have funding for treatment, then I get to give that person the green light to go ahead and yes, we will, financially help you get into treatment and to change your life. I get to help set up with the podcast, so I get to talk to a lot of interesting people. I guess my favorite, I would say, is going to jail. And I say it that way to cause people to make odd expressions on their face or to be like, wait, what? But it's because I feel like whenever I was growing up, I didn't really get a large amount of encouragement. My parents, were gone a lot. They have their own construction business and have been doing that ever since I've been alive. So they were gone a lot, and so there just wasn't a whole lot of, encouragement, pats on the back for good jobs, things like that. So I feel like I just come into, a place that's typically dark, and I try to be their cheerleader, try to bring light into it. I feel like just imagine what we all could do if we were just encouraged and, had a cheerleader on our side, I guess.
We're able to see the change in them. and to see the depth of their participation. You had to feel pretty good during our interviews earlier today when so many mentioned of the value of MRT in their lives. Explain to the folks what MRT is, please.
I guess I should start out by saying I did not bribe any of those fellas to say that. Yes, it did. It made me feel so wonderful, just because I oftentimes am so self-conscious of myself, and I'm just like, I'm probably doing them a disservice, because I just get lost in myself and second guessing. So it was great to be able to hear all the different things that they had to say about MRT and what it has meant for them. MRT is for in the jail here, it's 20 to 32 week program that it's broken down into 12 steps that you really just kind of take a deep dive into yourself, almost soul searching. You do the reading, and then the different steps help you develop positive self-image, understand better social behaviors, self-identity, things like that.
Tell the folks what MRT is, moral recognition therapy. Can you define that for them?
Yeah, it just helps you find a positive self-identity and positive self-worth, and helps you kind of take a life inventory almost. What are you doing in your most important relationships? What are you doing in your most important categories of your life? What are your goals? It kind of helps you set measurable goals and actual obtainable and realistic goals as well.
What is it about your time with ABLBH, Better Life, Brianna's Hope, working in her office located at 115 East Water Street, Portland, Indiana, at the J Community Center upstairs, second floor, to give you all the details? What is it that has shocked you the most as far as, participation in different things, opportunities? What is it that has really caused you to step back and go, wow, I didn't expect that, or to get to be a part of that?
I think I would say the giving aspect, as far as, whenever we need something, or we want help with donating, books to the jail. All's Mick Randy has to do is just jump on there and say, hey, we need help. And you just get support pouring in. And so that was surprising. I just feel extremely lucky to be a part of that. A part of being able to help the community, especially those that feel alone.
I very much in the same place. Getting to make a difference in somebody's life has been my lifelong goal. That's been one of those things I've sought after with education, with effort, with time, and all other parts of my energy. And to get to see a difference being made, get to see the light come on in somebody's life, that yes, indeed, I'm worth being able to be successful, being able to become that person God's created me to be. It's not an easy journey. It's not a quick journey. This is not an overnight, stick a Band-Aid on it kind of fix. This is the kind of thing that takes time to heal. And that's why it's called recovery, because it doesn't happen overnight, that it's an exhaustive process. But the truth of the matter is, it can be done. Sometimes the word you used a little bit ago, getting to be that cheerleader that encourages somebody to believe in themselves, to recognize that by their God-given gifts, they can become successful. They can become all that He has created them to be. And man, we're going to have a different society and culture when we reach that. Whether you come from an addiction background or you've never touched a drink or a drug in your life, when you become the person God's created you to be, you and I are going to blend a whole lot better because we're going to have the same desires for others. So it's an encouraging opportunity, an encouraging privilege, much like today with our 7 or 8 guests we were able to interview, and to hear them say afterwards that it brought a relief of stress, it took weight off their chest, that they are able to walk out of this interview feeling better about themselves. And if we can encourage that and continue to feed it along with others, there's a great recovery movement here in Jay County and other places around about us. We know that we're going to impact things, and as slow as it may seem to many of you, we're seeing remarkable things happen in the recovery world. Candy, what's your plan or vision or hope for your part in a better life, Brianna's hope?
I have, I would like to start an MRT group outside of jail. That's one of my goals that, I have.
Why?
Well, it would help me get more people through the program, because those that are only in jail for a little stint, they don't, if you don't have 20 to 32 weeks after the time of starting, to be able to complete it, then I can't really start you. But if I had an outside group that I, could easily send people to, then, I wouldn't have to turn anybody away.
That time constraint would not be an issue.
Right,
Okay.
right. And then, I don't know, I always thought that, like, after my little ones get bigger, that I, would then, I would like to start an ABLBH group in Pennville. Pennville is trying to do many things to better the community and, strengthen it. And I think that an ABLBH chapter, could be one of those things.
I can help you make that happen when the time's right, okay?
You know a guy.
Yeah, I know a guy. I know a couple of gals that'll help support it as well, so we can make that become a reality. Candy, is there anything else you'd like to share, be it personal, be it business, be it today's experience or anything else?
I don't know. I guess I didn't even know that I was in recovery until after I'd started working in your office, really. So I guess.
Explain to folks what you mean by that.
Well, my recovery came about in a different fashion, as in I had gotten pregnant. I always say that my second son saved my life, just because at the point in time that he came along, I was an alcoholic. And there's proof on my record how it, has affected my life. But so whenever my second son came along, I really, that made me stop drinking. The second one came along, and shortly after that, and I was done for good. But I still today, think about drinking. But don't. I'm more afraid of it, I guess. I'm worried that I'll just, it'll be just like flipping a switch. And then that person will be back in my life, you know, who I used to be. But I feel like with working at work, you know, working in the ABLBH office, I have learned that I am in recovery and that I had quite a few things that I needed to take care of just by trying to help others take care of those things. And so I guess what I want to say is that just make sure that you're not lying to yourself. If you have something that is sometimes a problem, or if you have something that is kind of getting you in trouble with different things here and there, don't just push it away and be like, I'm not the one with the problem, because you probably are. And there's always somebody there to help you with whatever problem that is. You just have to ask.
Thank you. Thank you, too, for joining us at ABLBH. Over the time, you and I have talked more than once. There were moments I didn't know about your future tomorrow, okay? But you and I have been able to stick it out together there in the office. We've seen the growth, we've seen the changes, we've seen the improvement, we've seen the commitment, and it all looks good. And we appreciate that, and every life you've touched and helped to reach and to change and to even save. And folks, that's what we're about. Touching, changing, and saving lives. That better life, Brianna's hope. We're not always successful and we feel bad in those moments, but we recognize the battle's not ours. The fight, we want to be on the field with you and support you, but you've got to do the work. We'll help you find the tools to do it. Hang in there with us. Feel free to reach us at our office, ablbh.org. Yeah, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
True.
Our phone number, 260-766-2006. We've got our podcast. We've got our books that we've been able to get written as a result of our podcast. Our jail ministries in growth, that's a big thing to us. We appreciate the support of this community. Our 42 chapters, Indiana and Ohio, our 1,100 to 1,200 individuals who attend those classes. It's not about the numbers. But on the other side of that coin, indeed it is, because we want to reach more people. We call ourselves faith-based, compassion-filled. With that, we're participant-driven. We care about where you're at and your input. We're not going to force our faith, but we're going to share our faith. And we welcome you on board, whether you have faith in God or not, and we're not even faith expected, but as I've already said, we're going to share ours and hope. That is where you'll find extra strength, extra hope, and help. So thank you for joining with us today. Thank you for your time. God bless. Take care, and as I always like to say, stay in the battle. Amen.